Yeah, we're beating the game. Okay, that's how it's gonna roll.
Just gonna keep. How? What? What? Have you ever? And when you want, and you can't. Do you ever want to when you, or can't? That you ever thought you could? Nice. Let's go, dude. Dude, we take those. Okay, we've done it. Oh, water fight starts right now. All right, now we use our flurry rush with our Mark II spear. Okay, all right. That's how you do it. That's how you do it. All right, knock him down. We fly across. And sayonara. Ah, yeah! I just needed to, like, charge up. Kind of like a flex. First divine beast down. First one down. Alrighty. Ravioli, give me the... Is that a giant octorok? Okay, that shoots TNT barrels. Nice. It's not like a one-hit either? How much health does this thing have? Let's go. Dude, it drops all of the fish. Dude, there's so much fish. I kind of high-key love that. I think it's hilarious. Woo! Yahaha! Wait, did you just say I'm completely useless in Relics of the Past? Leave me alone? Wait. What? Oh my god, I hate... Dude, this is the worst shrine. Hey guys, you guys could probably say that I guess I'm not a fan of this shrine. Steve was a dilf. Dude, when I'm older, right, everyone has their aspirations. You know, what I want to do is I want to grow up. I want to be successful, meet a nice girl maybe, have a nice house, nice car, really awesome friends. But I also want to be a dilf.
If so, then the first
Oh god. Oh god, you can see the changes already. This isn't gonna be easy. Hello. Oh, nice. Guardian. Immediately. Ah, damn it. Gosh darn dang. Grr. I can't wait to enter the Divine Beast all by my... Oh, just get the map, he says. Dude, how are we supposed to just get the map at this point? Just get the map, forehead. Oh, God. Well, we got the map. Okay, so we need to get across here. And that's pretty easy. So you just need to snipe. And then you just do a voila, and then... Oh! Really? All right, so stand on the metal block, you say? That's so cruel! That's so mean! Can we get a death counter? No. No death counter. The reason why is because we have 0 deaths so far. I have yet to die in this mod. I've simply strategically taken blunders for Twitch chat amusement. So you're welcome for content. I killed! He is dead! The Guardian has perished! 6 feet deep and still killed. Oh! Oh, you thought! The smug Guardian thought he could take me post-mortem. Not today. Yes! Yes! It actually worked. Okay, alright. We're in business. Why is there a bokoblin? It took so long. It took so long to get to that point. Pain. Pain and only pain. Really? Dude, you can't even let me get up. Are you serious? I can't even go up an elevator? Next floor, please. Let's see what this looks like. Hopefully it's easy. Enjoy this 2-minute fight. They're really gonna be that fast.
This is a warning for anyone who thinks they want to get a spider suit. Don't. Your biggest risk while wearing a spider suit is suddenly thinking that you can do Spider-Man things with muscles you don't have. If you have the muscles, this probably doesn't apply to you. I have no business climbing things and hanging from them, but the spider suit says I do.
When everything feels like the movies, yeah, you bleed just to know.
No way! No.
To see me, 'cause I don't.
It's like this is like I don't even be doing them for real type
Can
shit.
you do a push-up if I sit on your back?
Hell yeah! Come on!
Ready?
Hell yeah! Sit on that one.
Go ahead.
God damn ice! That ass!
So fucking dumb, bro.
Oh fuck!
Get the fuck up.
It's like this is like.
If you were starting from 0, what's the best piece of advice that you'd give to your younger self?
God has to be the foundation of everything. Scared money don't make money.
You have to believe in yourself.
Take the risk. Can't take the risk, you're not gonna get.
I'll do anything. I'll do whatever it takes to.
Stealing sight. Take on my wire.
Don't take fight. One enemy remains. Oh boy. Spike down B. ये क्या है?
I'll do anything. I'll do whatever.
Let's go gambling! Oh, dang it. Oh, dang it. Let's go gambling!
Lanedale is one of the least livable cities in the entire world. It is filled with crime, corrupt cops, and perfume addicts. An incapable king rules over it. The only source of water in the city takes its water directly from the sewer. It is a truly disgusting place. But in such a revolting city, can one find true love?
Apparently my seedbed is ripe and waiting.
Let's find out. The first part of Lanedale you come across is the outer wall. There is not much here in the way of city life. There are no water fountains, park benches, or people walking their dogs. Just massive bird things and a random Morgott.
Hello?
You can actually fight Morgott before his boss fight. In the original Margit boss fight, which is actually just Morgott in disguise, at the start of the cutscene you can see him transform some random guy into his clone. He does the same thing here. First he talks mad smack, and then the guy turns into him. I feel like From Software should have done more with this. Can you imagine the horror if any enemy could just randomly start roasting your fake Jordans before it turns into Morgott and beats your ass? There is a flock of bow giants that keep taking shots at your ass on your way to the big city. It accurately simulates the morning commute you experience in any big city. The guard of the entrance to Lanedale is the Draconic Tree Sentinel. I had a lot of trouble with him on my first playthrough, but through the power of New Game Plus, he was no trouble. The bridge after him is quite interesting. You can see old friends. And something new. From this point, you can get a good look at the Forbidden Lands when they are not shrouded in darkness. They look just as boring as they actually are. I'm not sorry, Forbidden Lands fans. You know I'm right. From Software intelligently put this view of the Erdtree here. It's basically them just saying, bro look, it's the looming thing that looms. It's so nice to finally be so close to the objective of the game. A lot of games like to have looming things, but I feel that the Erdtree is one of the best looming things in the history of looming things. After such an amazing view, Melina immediately divorces you. This would be sad, but she lets you keep the dog, so it's not all bad. You get a good look at the ruined city and the giant pigeon that dominates its landscape. However, you see something far more interesting. You meet a turban guy. They are called envoys. Envoys are great at dodging. They basically just shoot bubbles of piss at you. Really disgusting stuff. Envoys appear and play their piss horns to herald the arrival of a new age. They also appear to bleed white, which implies they could be related to the Albinaurics. Apparently you can hear faint whimpering inside of their cloth. Envoys are very weird dudes. It is here where the cool design of Lanedale is first made apparent. You start above the area on this big wall, which means as you travel through the zone, you are descending. This means that there are plenty of opportunities for you to jump down into new areas. Maybe you are skipping a few rooms filled with dangerous fights, or jumping onto a roof and finding some items. You can get really creative with the paths that you take through this area. Running along the rooftops makes this game feel like a scuffed Assassin's Creed. Through the buildings that you use to descend to street level, you will encounter perfumers. They were basically the pharmacists of the lands between. Perfumers use their stinky liquids to help people. However, because of the shattering, they began to use their perfumes to wage war. One such perfume is the piss stench. They can use it against you to great effect. It's really disgusting. Perfumers are really weird dudes. It also goes a bit further. You may have noticed a bunch of terribly addicted individuals during your adventures. These are called depraved perfumers. They literally sniffed their own farts to get high. That's canon. It's in the law. The abuse of their substances led them down a path of addiction. It's really tragic. On the ground floor of the perfumer's lair, you will find this bizarre corpse. It's just standing there, and it's completely indestructible. This was an incredible obstacle. I had finally met a foe that the power of New Game Plus could not defeat, but then it happened. I accidentally walked onto the sitting guy. A new path of mastery had opened to me. I jumped. At last I had won. I had become the master of my own fate. Let it be known that there are no frozen indestructible corpses that I cannot mount. Actually, now that I say that out loud, maybe we should just move on. The streets of Lanedale are a tough place.
I'm a bad boy, but you have to be to survive on the streets.
These streets are thirsty for blood. Take this wide-ass street for example. It's like the sort you might find in an outback town. You literally get jumped by a massive beast. Naturally, I turned around and ran the other way. I found sanctuary in an alleyway. There were only 2 enemies in here. Not a big deal. Turns out it was an ambush. On all sides, I was trapped. It was chaos. The corrupt Lanedale guard had had brokered a deal with the Erd Tree Avatar. In return for luring me here, it would get a cut of the mugging. I ran for my life and the beast followed. Covered in blood, I fled in fear. It is very easy for things to get out of control in the streets of Leyndell. It's a real concrete jungle. Before you know it, you will be running away from hordes of enemies, and then into even more enemies, where you get trapped by a broken bridge. It just goes on and on. Next you head to another dead end and get trapped again. It's all good fun. There are actually multiple ways to progress from this area. The easiest way is probably just past the Avatar and to the site of Grace, but you can also go down this elevator or through this underground sewer tunnel, which leads past that side of Grace and to a ruined part of the city. This part of the city is a lot more quiet. There aren't really any hoodlums. Okay, there are some, but nothing murder cannot fix. You are forced to take this area a bit more slowly. For example, this room. This room is hell for people who like to run past all the enemies. Seriously, do not try it. Only after all of that do you link back up to a site of Grace. Probably the coolest part of this zone is the dead dragon. It's the focal point that your eyes are attracted to right from the start. There is a staircase under it that you can take to some other locations, but why on earth would you choose to go below the cool dragon wing instead of on it? Well, it turns out there is actually a pretty disgusting reason, but we'll get to that later. Past here, you can come to one of those big mysterious arenas that you can find throughout the lands between. Most people seem to think that they were intended for PvP. I disagree. I am fairly certain that they are actually homeless shelters. You cannot enter them because you have a home, which is the Round Table Hold. I could not find any other places in the game resembling a homeless shelter, so these must be it. There is no way the government of the lands between would leave behind its most vulnerable people. There is also a group of homeless people sitting on a nearby cliff. You can sit with them and ponder. It's very enlightening. The Divine Bridge area can also be seen from here. That's the secret area you can get to through the Tower of Return. Soon you come across one of the coolest places in the game.
Grove Street. Oh.
Yeah, it's that place you have already been to. Firelink Shrine. You can loot the armor of that man. That man you see in your waking nightmares. The waking nightmares that occur when you jump to the lower floor in Round Table Hold. It's very scary, but collecting this armor represents you conquering your fears. There is also one of those collectible paintings down here. If you did not know, you can actually go to the place shown in the painting for a reward. I have never done a single one of these because I am incredibly lazy. However, this painting inspired me, so I went on a life-changing journey to find the source of the painting. When I found it, I was rewarded with an awesome incantation. However, I cannot use it because I have no faith of the heart. So this was a complete waste of time. To get to the second floor, you have to go around the side of the joint. This is where it really gets familiar. However, there is a dark secret here, the most evil staircase in the entire game. At the end of it is an item that you can easily pick up if you know what you are doing. However, on my first playthrough, I did not. I ran down it so confidently, but in my hubris, I did not stop. I ran straight off the edge, and I did not even pick up the item. So I had to run all the way around again. It was a truly tragic sequence of events. In the room with the two fingers, you will find a big chair instead. It was most likely constructed for the leader of the Round Table Hold. Judging by the size, they were most likely really large, so we can safely assume that it was your mother. Interestingly, there is a side area you can access from the bottom of the hold. It leads to the Divine Bridge site of Grace. There are two abductor virgins. Even on New Game Plus, they are really annoying, and they really ruin this beautiful garden. However, I think that their presence has a more interesting implication. Abductor virgins are from Volcano Manor, which is ruled by Praetor Rykard, the weird snake guy. Through completing the questline of that area, you will find out that his organization works against the Greater Will, and through the description of the Blasphemous Claw, we learn that he might have assisted Rani in her betrayal on the night of the Black Knives. Therefore, the presence of the abductor virgin merchants here potentially implies that Rykard is involved with the Round Table Hold in some way. That potentially it was the organization he ruled over before he formed the Assassins of Volcano Manor. The size of that check would potentially befit the size of a demigod like Rykard. However, none of this is certain. If it is correct though, it has a massive earth-shattering revelation that Rykard is your mother. The way to the Palace of Leyndell is up the twisting roots of the Erd Tree. There are a bunch of fart gas guys up here. Fortunately, you can just run past them and wash the smell out of your clothes. You get to fight this golden version of Godfrey. At first you would assume it is here to protect the Erd Tree, but I think it is actually here to protect his son Morgott. Morgott is an omen, and those are hated by the people of the lands between, and the Erd Tree doesn't really need protecting because it is sealed by those thorns, and Morgott is also there. The fake Godfrey is also golden like Morgott's magic, so this version of Godfrey is probably an illusion to stop the citizens of Leyndell from finding out his true omen nature, potentially similar to Guinevere and Dark Anor Londo. Then again, maybe it is just a piss ghost created by the envoys and the perfumers. Man, those are really weird guys. After walking past this really large bed made for your mother, you reach the base of the Erd Tree and finally meet Morgott. His boss fight is really cool. Morgott has this fruity sword that he uses for all sorts of fun flourishes. His piss magic does get really annoying though. The coolest part is the second phase though. He starts coughing because he choked on a Big Mac he ate before the fight. The liquid meat that McDonald's uses then coats the arena. This is the only time you really get to see the Omen Curse in action. The other time is during the Dung Eater ending, so it's cool to see its effects. Once you defeat him, he becomes just some guy again. You can even see markings on his head where his horns used to be. He calls you a failure and then dies. There is still one dark, horrible secret present in Leyndell. This one actually has ramifications in real life if you do not interact with it. If you go through the other exit from Godfrey's arena, you will find another path which leads on. There is a completely unremarkable statue here that has no secret related to it, so you might as well completely ignore it, because it is not important in any way whatsoever. Just past it is a really powerful foe, so powerful in fact that gazing upon him will crash your game. Once you finally defeat him, you will find that he was guarding pretty much nothing, except for this roof. However, the true dark horrible secret is back along the pathway. You might glance an item resting on the big spear. This is incredibly important, for you see, if you complete Crumbling Farum Azula without picking up this item, Leyndell will be replaced with Leyndell Ashen Capital, and the item will no longer be on the spear. You will never be able to get it again unless you go to New Game Plus. This means you cannot get the Legendary Armaments achievement without replaying the game. All you have to do is jump down and carefully walk up the spear. The item itself is kind of boring, but the satisfaction of the achievement is immeasurable. We can assume that the dragon was probably slain by one of the demigods in the past, which means that its corpse and spear has just been lying there for years. Imagine the traffic delays this would cause. Satisfied, I began to climb down the spear. However, disaster struck.
You fought valiantly, but to no avail. Your adventure is done.
This incident left me hospitalized. As I lay there near death, I recalled my many regrets. What ones would I fix if I had a time machine? One stuck out in my mind, the Dung Eater. In my original playthrough, I brutally murdered him because I thought that was what he wanted. However, I was wrong. Maybe things could have been different. Maybe I could have completed his questline. This of course would still result in him dying, but at least he would make funny sounds. Once I respawned, I decided to conquer the loathsome Dung Eater once and for all. You first find the loathsome Dung Eater inside of your own home. He let himself into it, rather than using one of the many homeless shelters throughout the lands between. After breaking into your house, he tells you that you do not interest him, but then after smelling you, he asks you to unshackle his corporeal flesh and says that he can kill you. This is the perfect house guest. You can find him down a well under the dragon in Lanedell. The well leads straight into a sewer jail. At first, this might seem like an awful idea, getting your drinking water from a sewer, but it actually works miracles on your pores and is great for weight loss on account of all the parasites. This zone is actually rather hellish and maze-like. You would not expect this from a sewer zone. Fortunately, the Dung Eater is really easy to find. From the very first bonfire, you just jump down a hole and turn left. Honestly, if you missed this, you should be extremely disappointed in yourself. Your entire life should be filled with shame. There is this really annoying fight with a bunch of hands. You don't have to trigger their ambush, but real Dung Eaters will. They will welcome the fight. Once you are done, you will find him talking himself up as some big man, while he just bangs his head on the wall. All you have to do here is just open the door. You don't need to fight him or anything like that. I have no idea why anyone would think that was the right choice. Next, you return to your own home and find that he left after taking everything in your fridge. He says that he will defile you next and to come to the outer moat. So naturally, that is where I went. This is also the location where you can find those special crabs, the ones that have Godwin's face on their backs. While heading to the dead guy in the distance, you will even get jump scared by one of them. You just end up having a battle without honor or humanity. It's really easy because it's a really open area, so you can just outrun his spells. Eventually he dies because he sucks at the game. You will find that he has made himself at home in your home once again. He says that you are him and that he is the Dung Eater. At first, this line is funny because dung is funny. However, it actually indicates a pivotal realization the Dung Eater has had. By defeating him, you have made him realize that he is the one who must incubate the curse, and that you will be the one to defile his flesh. So you literally have to do the mythical Dung Eater bang cutscene.
Apparently my seedbed is ripe and waiting.
In order to accomplish this feat, you need to give seedbed curses to his real body, which is now locked up in the place where you found it. Surprisingly, his quest is actually quite long, because it requires you to have access to the Halig tree in order to get all the seedbed curses you will need. The first ones that most people will come across are the two in Lanedell. There is one on top of the second building you come across, and another in the real version of Round Table Hold, the very same room that the Dung Eater was squatting in. There is also a third one you can get near Lanedell, but it requires that you complete Klornguy's questline, and it results in his death, which is really tragic. It's also completely pointless, because you will still need to go to the Halig tree to get a seedbed curse anyway. There is one seedbed curse in Volcano Manor. It requires you to complete the entire zone normally, and right before the teleporter that takes you to the Rykard fight is a stone sword door. This leads you to a really big room that you have to descend, and at the bottom is the seedbed curse. It is also worth mentioning that the exit of this area takes you to the start of Volcano Manor, but you can't actually travel back up the way you came, so that means you need to go back through the dungeon again in order to get the Rykard side of Grace. How fun is that? The last two seedbed curses are the most annoying, as they require you to get all the way to the Halig tree. This means that you need to fight that annoying Nile guy, the guy that simulates invasions for you, where you just get ganked. Easily the most fun and least frustrating boss in the entire game. You find half of the medallion that you need next to this ghost. He complains about never being able to see the Halig tree, yet literally a meter in front of him, you can see the Halig tree. This ghost is really stupid. No wonder he died. I wonder if anyone attended his funeral. You get the other half of the medallion from some dying old guy. He is a way better person than Niall, because he just lets you have it and then dies. Why couldn't Nile be more like this? After using the secret medallion at the lift, you get taken to a small dungeon. At first, this place is kind of a boring walk, but there is actually a cool secret here. If you pay attention, you might see this broken handrail, which is suspiciously on top of this open doorway. It turns out there is an invisible path here. You can follow it to an illusory wall which gives you a bug. Bugs are cool, but also scary. If you are observant, you may spot this floating enemy, which leads you further into the dungeon. After this, you can then jump down onto a platform below and through a nearby window. This leads to a room filled with annoying enemies, but more importantly, a boss fight. It is here where I fought the strongest enemy in the entire game, myself. The only dude who is bad enough to beat myself is myself. So that's what I did. After this, you are rewarded with a journey through a snowstorm where you get repeatedly jumped, eventually making it to Ordina Liturgical Town. This place is hellish. At first, it seems like some tranquil small town, kind of like Delhi or Shanghai, but then you find this statue. It implores you to light the four fingers. This sounds suspect. You then make the biggest mistake of your life. You enter the Ever Jail. At first you think, oh, so it's like Ordina Liturgical Town, but scary. But it's beyond that. It's furtively frightful. Invisible black knife assassins appear and cap you. They deal so much damage. Lethal paraplegic archers bombard you. They deal so much damage. These Albinorics also have heaps of health. If you backstab them, it deals a massive amount of damage though, far more than you would expect. Once you have lit the 4 Mike Ermentrauts, you can finally progress to the Halig Tree. The seedbed curses that you need are actually in the second half of the zone, so you need to progress through this canopy. It's infested with the weird piss guys, and they completely violate you. An absolutely disgusting adventure. You then have to beat up another paraplegic. It's pretty messed up, and serves to reinforce how evil helping the Dung Eater really is. After all of this, you can finally descend down to the Halig Tree. The 2 seedbed curses are very close to the first site of grace. You can reach the first curse through jumping over some railing and running into a dark room. The second is quite close to the first and requires that you do a few jumps and run to the end of a walkway. Now you are finally ready to bang the Dung Eater. All you have to do is return to the Dung Eater in the sewer jail. This time the hands aren't even here. You'll find the loathsome fellow tied up in a chair. All you need to do is give him the seedbed curses. He makes some silly sounds, some positively goofy gargles, a set of ridiculous reverberations. He then dies and gives birth to the mending rune of the fell curse, your child, which you can then use to see the Dung Eater's ending. What an ordeal that was. Honestly, after all of that, I no longer regret murdering him in my first playthrough. I'm glad I did it, and I would do it again, because poo is disgusting.
Dude, I'm actually sorry, bro. I was watching a very interesting video, and I had to be locked in, dude. I didn't see you, bro. I'll be back in like an hour, and then I'll probably beat it, just FYI. So it's alright, bro. Thanks for watching me, dude. I'm just gonna like turn all my stuff off. But yeah, bro, just come back in like an hour or 2 hours or something like that, cause I have a squash. So I'll be back, bro. Let's go. Dude, also thanks for always watching me, dude. It's crazy. And what was the horror movie called?
and I hate poo. So what exactly was the deal with Landell? Was it about the journey or the destination?
Tears of the Kingdom.
Rise, my servants. Sweep over Hyrule. Eliminate this kingdom and her allies. What? Leave no survivors.
What is that? That is so cool! Oh, get it! Yes, Link! You can do it! You can stop him! New arrow type. What is? Whoa! You can throw? What? It's the. There's so many things. It's like magnesis, but not. You can get a car. The sighting car's real, and a hovercraft. What is this?
Please, lend him your power.
Damn. Oh, Tears of the Kingdom. It's just... Wait. Yo! There's no way!
Do you like hot men? Yes, yes, yes. Do you like attractive women with big hands? What's up, everybody? This is the Sexy Man here, and today I'm bringing you my top 10 list of video game characters that I jerk off to. Number 10, Urgot. Number 9, Uncle Lumbago. Lately, there's been a lot of buzz surrounding the upcoming game Stellar Blade and its protagonist Eve. Many gamers are celebrating her provocative design, the exotic outfit she wears, and as a red-blooded male, I can appreciate this as well. Now, I played the demo, it was pretty fun, and I think Stellar Blade is shaping up to be a stellar game. On the flip side, some folks claim this type of character design is harmful because it objectifies women and displays unrealistic body standards and proportions. Now, we could ignore the fact that Eve's design was based off of a real human being, and that's exactly what we're going to do, because complaining on the internet makes me feel better than ordering the salad. But on the real, there is something to say about body standards in media, sexualization in video games, and how it can affect us. It feels kind of dumb to say this, but there is an ongoing debate around how hot video game characters should be. If you make the character too sexy, then it's misogynistic. But if you don't make every female a supermodel with double D honkers, then your game's woke. How are you supposed to win? Well, today that's what we're talking about. Sex appeal in video games. When is it good? When is it bad? How do you tell the difference? Let's find out. Why are games marketed like Stellar Blade? Why are video games now filled with soft porn heroines with ridiculously large breasts? Why? Because fellas like big titty bitches. Next article, write some real fucking news.
He's right.
Shakespeare couldn't have said it better himself. I mean, that's about it. For a long time, gaming was a male-dominated hobby, so naturally, developers made games that appealed to men. This was much more apparent in the olden days where publishers had to rely on the box art to grab your attention. This certainly grabs my attention. Hey, how's that new pinball game coming along? You know, Microsoft needs it out for the Xbox by May. Well, boss, it's looking great. But to be honest, pinball on console is a hard sell. It's kind of boring. So how can we spice it up? Fuck it, like this? Throw some chicks with guns and swords on it. American Pinball Reborn. Rated E for everyone. This might come as a shock to some of you, so brace yourselves. Sex sells in every industry.
I don't believe it!
The same rules that apply to Hollywood and movie stars apply to gaming. People like things that are attractive. They had goddesses stand around and look pretty for the midnight release of Halo 3. Blizzard paid Megan Fox to promote Diablo 4, and that was the best thing that came out of Diablo 4. The developers of a game called Sin Episodes Emergence hired a porn star to cosplay as one of their characters.
Nice. Nice.
Sex appeal is an easy way to get the attention of men, but that's nothing new to video games. It wasn't new when Lara Croft debuted with her pyramid breasts, and it's not new with Eve and her ridiculous ponytail. But what has changed is the industry. It's much more complex and diverse now. There are more female gamers than ever before. So how do we sell games to them? Maybe we could push out more dishwashing and cooking simulators? Perhaps we could sexualize women less, portray them in a more realistic, less idealized way.
No, man. Shit, no, man. I mean, you get your ass kicked saying so much.
But I think a better solution is to sexualize men more. Picture this, Ace Attorney 7 drops, and the second case takes place on a beach. This is nothing more than an excuse for BAM! Shirtless Miles Edgeworth. Watch the fangirls go crazy. Instant 1 million copies sold within 24 hours. Capcom, you can send me the royalty checks. But seriously, if there is a major issue around objectifying women in video games, I'd say go ahead and objectify men too. It's not like we can change the fact that sex sells and companies are going to use it to sell products. So why not level the playing field a bit? Hot, ripped, muscly men, look like me, which way to the beach, appeal to women just as much as they do to gay guys. League of Legends has just as many sexy dudes as it does chicks. I mean, just case in point. There's a tendency for websites such as Kotaku to post articles like Baldur's Gate 3 slyly adds jiggle physics for dicks' balls. They will celebrate when men are sexualized, but not women. You ask me, that's a little sexist, Kotaku. Lost Ark's depiction of female characters feels a decade out of place. If you're fine with people thirsting over those shirtless Leon Kennedy mods, or the mods where Chris Redfield is just fucking naked for the entirety of Village, then you should also be fine with people thirsting over Lady Dimitrescu. Now to clarify, there is a big difference between what a developer makes and what their audience makes of it. Just ask Jeff Kaplan. But if we held developers responsible for the actions and words of their community, well, the Call of Duty devs would be on trial for crimes against humanity. So this doesn't apply to like multiplayer voice chat stuff. But what, if anything, is wrong with Stellar Blade in particular? Let's check out some articles and see if we can find the answer. IGN France posted a review of the demo, saying mostly positive things about it. However, there was one paragraph people really took issue with. The design of the game, particularly its characters, highlights an obvious bias, and the result is not really a success. It's not new, and other games have chosen to highlight the strengths of their female characters. But where a Bayonetta stands out with an iconic character design, or a 2B inspires an entire generation of cosplayers, Eve from Stellar Blade is just bland. A doll sexualized by someone you would think has never seen a woman.
Is that a woman? Jesus!
There's a lot of problems with this. First off, Eve... There's a lot of problems with this. First off, Eve isn't even sexualized within the context of the game or the events of the demo. Like, she doesn't flirt with anyone. She's not pushing her tits together, leaning over, asking for a ride. She never says like, who wants to have sex with me? It's not even a factor at all. Like, bro, if you want to complain about hypersexualized characters, go play Soul Calibur, okay? Hop into the character creator and you can make your tits super huge. Also, the demo is like an hour long with about 15 minutes of cutscenes. That's not enough time to give like a detailed character assessment or review. So a lot of people are complaining about Stellar Blade at the moment based on assumptions, what they think the game is going to be like when it actually comes out. Comparing Eve to Bayonetta and 2B isn't fair at all, because those are characters that have been around for a long time, and they appear in games that are completed and have been released to the public. Let's try another article though. Developer of Stellar Blade fails to recognize the game's sexism. This was posted before the demo came out, so just based on the 6-minute showcase, there is something striking when you look closely at the images of this aesthetically successful action game. The heroine is ultra sexy. In less than 6 minutes, we see her wearing outfits, each more improbable than the last. The message is clear. The shorter, the more skin visible, the better. Now, I'm not sure what trailer you watched, but there's like maybe 9 seconds of footage where Eve's thighs are partially exposed, but besides that, it's just her arms. Like, where is this explicit, overt sexualization that I seem to be missing? Is every woman in tights supposed to be a sex object? However, we are talking about a character responsible for getting rid of an enemy threat in a post-apocalyptic context. So the old, her outfit isn't practical or realistic argument sometimes has merit. But I don't think it does with Stellar Blade or Bayonetta. Neither game is going for a realistic setting. Like, if Call of Duty had established itself as a grounded military shooter and then got rid of military factions and threw Nicki Minaj in as a playable character, well, that would be pretty fucking cringe, wouldn't it? Bayonetta is a witch and Eve is an ODST that stole Tracer's spandex. As long as they don't look stupid and they fit within the universe, I don't see either as a problem. Leggings so close to the body that it feels like a second skin. This guy has more problems with the tights industry than he does with the game. That's what leggings are. She has a nice bod and plenty of outfits to customize. Gamers like customizing and playing dress up. Bayonetta is arguably more sexualized, but she's considered a paragon of female representation and strong female characters. So again, what is the actual problem? The character is simply too sexy, man. That's the issue. It's difficult not to see a sexualization of women, a practice which tended to disappear in the latest video game productions. Did you forget what won Game of the Year in 2023?
What I like the most is that every companion is so extremely fuckable. I wanna fuck all of them. I do not only wanna fuck all of them, I wanna be with them forever, for the rest of my life.
However, this choice is 100% assumed by the developer, with arguments that are beyond belief. The director of Stellar Blade attempted to justify the project's irredeemably sexy argument. In terms of design, we focused on the back of the character because players are always facing her when playing. That's what they see the most, so it's very important. We didn't know that a character's charisma is first measured by the perfection of their posterior. Jesus Christ, man, go touch grass. When I play a game, I want to see someone who is prettier than me. I don't want to see someone normal. I want to see an ideal. I think it's important for entertainment, and after all, it is entertainment aimed at an adult audience.
What you say is heresy.
These are the unbelievable arguments. I wanted my video game protagonist to look good. How could you say something so great yet so controversial? Like, this is sexist now? Well, shit. I don't want to be sexist and play this, so from now on, I'm only playing games with ugly protagonists. Like, they just made a hot protagonist and gave her a bunch of outfits. That's it. And for some, that's the issue. The unrealistic body standards that are detrimental to women who consume this sort of media. And we'll get into that later on. But I want to look at some good and bad examples of sex appeal in video games. You see, it's not whether you sexualize characters in a video game, it's how you do it. Games like Baldur's Gate 3, Cyberpunk, Dragon Age Origins, KOTOR, and Mass Effect offer a diverse cast of male and female companions to simp for. And they all feel like real people. Their personality is not solely defined by how sexy they are. You can fuck bears in Baldur's Gate 3 and you can fuck aliens in Mass Effect. There's also options for same-sex romance, and you don't see too many people complaining about that. If you're gay or a little bi-curious or just want to see how those romances can play out, those options exist. They add diversity to a game in RPG in a very good way. You know, this old reliable clip is actually relevant to the discussion for once.
I wrote a blog post a while ago about why I f***ing hate video games. Because this is what it does. It appeals to like the male fantasy.
Wait, this isn't the right video. Here, hold on, I gotta switch to... You know what? Fuck it, keep it rolling. Oh my god, shirtless John Marston? But Red Dead 2 is the perfect game to illustrate the power of diversity. And perhaps sex appeal. Because RDR2 appeals to the male and female gaze. Just as you can customize the outfits for Eve, you can do the same with Arthur. There are compilations of women thirsting over Arthur. And all I gotta say is, back off ladies, he's mine.
And then I also just weirdly really liked the, oh my god. Really, I'm so jealous of her. I'm so jealous.
One of our wonderful assistant directors, Captain Aldous, he says, Raj, we gotta do those horse lines again. I was like, why? He said, well, it's a little too intimate. You know, it sounds like you're not talking to a horse. And I was like, what do you mean? And then he played it back, and I was like, you're all right, girl.
And if I can thirst over Sadie Adler like a parched baboon, then hell yeah. I hope women who play RDR2 can simp for Arthur Morgan. Again, it comes down to both of these characters feeling like real
Alright guys, here's where to get unlimited rune arcs in Elden Ring. You can keep coming back to this location and looting as many rune arcs as you like, and it's in a really early area too, so you can be any level to do this. Okay, so what you want to do is travel to the Ailing Village Site of Grace. Now head south towards Kalu Baptismal Church. We're after rats because rats have a chance of dropping rune arcs. Kill the 2 rats on the way as they can drop rune arcs. Then head inside the church because inside the church there are some more rats. There are 4 normal rats and 1 giant rat. Kill them all, they shouldn't really pose a threat, and if you're lucky, you'll get yourself a rune arc. For me, they usually drop about once in every 5 runs, but since the Site of Grace is so close, it doesn't take all that long to just do a run of this farm. To boost your chances of getting a rune arc though, use a silver pickled Foulfoot. These make it so you'll get a rune arc near enough every time. I actually prefer to craft these Fowl's Feet so I don't run out, and for that, here's what you need. First, you need to get the Missionary's Cookbook 3. This is found in...
In today's video, I'm gonna show you how you can get rune arcs. If you don't know, rune arcs are those items that you can use to activate your great runes. And your great runes, if you don't know, I have a video of how when I explain how you can use them, how you can get them. Basically are this stuff, the one that you're gonna get from the main bosses of the game. I don't want to take it too long, but I want to show you how they look. This is a rune arc, and if you'll use it right now, or I already have one on my inventory. I used one, I never died, so if you don't die and if you use one, it will stay there in your inventory. Look at right over here in the left side of my corner. Right here is my active great rune that I have. Now let's not talk anymore, and let me just show you how you can get in 2 different ways your rune arcs. First, from the first step you'll want to reach, this is the first.
Best fully AFK glitches. Now I did post a AFK
complex people that you can just inherently find attractive. It's called personality. There's no mystery behind good writing. It boils down to the developer's intentions and goals with their characters and their game. If you want to make a graphic visual novel kind of game, probably don't call it Sex with Hitler. It might be a good start. And there are egregious and what I would consider bad examples of sexualization in video games. Isabella from Dragon Age 2 is just this smelly pirate hooker. Like, that's mostly her character. Now, I'm biased because I'd rather eat goat diarrhea than play Dragon Age 2, but even then, Isabella still has more going on. She's mostly a smelly pirate hooker, but my issues with her character have more to do with the romance system. It isn't just writing. Bad sexualization can be tied to the game mechanics. You want to romance this character? Just hit the icon with the heart on it. You'll be contracting gonorrhea in no time. I don't mind the dialogue wheel on Mass Effect, but when it comes to gaining approval or influence with characters and romancing them in an RPG, I much prefer titles like KOTOR and Dragon Age Origins, because you have to figure out and pick the dialogue option that a character will respond to. You actually have to flirt and rizz them up. You know, maybe there was a Time Splitters Future Perfect joke that went a little too far.
You go first.
Okay. But the over-sexualization in that game is part parody and part fan service. Personally, I have always found Ivy Valentine's design to be hilarious and over the top, and that has been a topic of debate for a long time. But her design is also iconic. She has earned a place in gaming culture. Some female characters are defined by their sex appeal, while others ride the line in between. Samus is hot, but she's also like a real person, kind of. Dead or Alive Extreme Volleyball takes sex appeal to an extreme level, and it's mostly a gimmick, but at the same time, The game was an impressive display of physics. On the other hand, you've got something like the new Fable trailer, which a lot of people reacted negatively to. They blasted the design of this female character, and, well, she does look pretty silly. I think people would have reacted a lot better to this trailer if they had taken the angle of, our protagonist is the antithesis of your typical hero, and she's thrust into the role of being a hero. But the trailer doesn't try to tell you that story. This character is just kind of ugly for no real reason. Like in Beautiful Joe, you play as a comic book movie nerd who gets sucked into the movie and has to become a hero, even though he's a fucking nerd. He's the antithesis. That could have worked for Fable, but they don't really tell that story in the trailer. So it comes across like it's made to appeal to the body positivity crowd, and a lot of gamers just don't care for that. I don't think we've seen really bad examples of sexualization in video games in a long time. Custer's Revenge is one of those notoriously awful games, which they hit the double whammy. They were racist and sexist, and they made the game that way deliberately to generate outrage and publicity. Some tactics never go out of style. Duke Nukem Forever is also an awful example because the game was terrible, wasn't worth the wait, and a lot of the jokes just weren't funny.
Power armor is for pussies.
Well, okay.
So it felt outdated. Recent worst example of sexualization, of course, goes to Ride to Hell Retribution. You kill a group of dudes and then immediately start banging a chick with all your clothes on. Women are quite literally an objective in Ride to Hell. Man, that fucking game. But going back to the real issue, body positivity, unrealistic body standards in video games, and by extension all media. Multiple studies have shown that both women and men feel lower levels of self-esteem when consuming media where characters have that ideal body. Now, you don't really need a study to tell you this, because if you're a dude and you've ever watched 300 and thought, damn, I'm a fat ass, well then you're just like me. But you also probably don't think, damn, I'm a fat.
Alright guys, here's where to get unlimited rune arcs. And it's in a really early baptism rune arc church site of
fat ass, well then you're just like me. But you also probably don't think about what Gerard Butler went through to look that good. In the same way you probably don't think about how much time game developers spend on creating attractive characters, how much concept art and designs they have to create. But the problem with feeling insecure about your body image is an issue that nobody can fix but you. Feeling like your body type is being represented in media is a surface level solution that ignores the real issue. I think a lot of people who write these articles essentially complaining that characters are too sexy, I think that comes from a place of insecurity or just a grift. Every woman on the planet has struggled with her self-image, and to all the ladies watching this right now, you look great without makeup. And every man has struggled with his own physique and confidence. It's pretty funny, there was this tweet, Microsoft urges developers not to create female characters with exaggerated body proportions. And I replied, yes, of course, we wouldn't want any exaggerated body proportions on male characters. It might make us men feel insecure. And if you look at the replies, well, first off, this is the guy who was the art director for Gears of War. Also, I recently reviewed the first Gears of War. You shouldn't watch that video at all. That's how reverse psychology works, right? Okay, sweet. But a lot of people in the replies were like, I aspire to be Marcus Phoenix. I live 7 days a week trying to look like Marcus Phoenix. I must go to the gym more. I'm feeling a strange and sudden urge to hit the gym. The men in Gears of War aren't realistic, but the women are.
Dude, your tits are way too big. That is clearly like a C cup or bigger. Looks like it was made by like a horny 15-year-old, and we're trying to be a little bit more mature than that.
And this goes back to the, do they have realistic outfits or not? And I think Cliff is right. If this lady had huge knockers, it would just kind of distract from the war, you know? But seeing ideal beauty or attractiveness in media or video games, if it makes you feel insecure, you should use those feelings of insecurity to better yourself. Go on a walk, eat healthier food. Ideally, that's what people would do, but that's not always the case. If you're trying to condemn or criticize a piece of media because the characters are sexy and that made you feel bad about yourself, then that sounds like a you problem.
Grace. Now head south towards Kalu Baptismal Church. We're after rats because rats have a chance of dropping rune arcs. Kill the 2 rats on the way as they can drop rune arcs. Then head inside the church because inside the church there are some more Rats. There are 4 normal rats and 1 giant rat. Kill them.
I hope you work on that. Lord, grant me the strength to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. None of us can change that sex sells. It's a marketing tool. You can't get rid of it in media or business. So the best thing to do is become the best version of yourself. In my experience, actual sexism in video games happens in voice chat or mostly at the studios. And I think focusing too much on whether this character is too hot or not distracts from the conversations people should be having about how women are treated in the workplace and in the game industry. What's really obnoxious is when people try to Photoshop official character art to be more or less sexy to prove some kind of point. Is it just me, or is this shit kind of weird? Like, hey, the marketing for GTA 5 would have been much better if the chick with the cell phone was fatter. What? Why did you do this to Cortana? What? She's a fucking man-made AI. She's not a real person. Are some of these body types really that unrealistic? We live in a world of plastic surgery, for God's sake. Then there was Horizon Forbidden West, where there was like a couple shots in one of the trailers where Aloy looked a little chubby, and some people started freaking out about it. And they were like, well, what would she look like if she slathered a bunch of makeup on her face? I just think obsessing over this kind of stuff isn't healthy. If you're going to obsess over it, then do so in the gym. It's important to note that the problem with this whole debacle is not about Eve's design. The problem is quite simple. A game developer and thousands of internet users are bluntly describing Eve as an ideal woman.
Hello there friends and welcome. This is a guide on how to easily farm rune arcs, so that you can activate your great runes as many times as you want. By default, whenever you want to activate a great rune, you'll have to use a rune arc, and it will last you until death. And getting rune arcs is pretty simple too. You can farm them both online and offline. Online being the easiest method, which is the one I'll start out with. To get a rune arc while online, all you have to do is either help a player defeat a boss through multiplayer co-op, or if you're doing PvP, defeat the host. Helping others defeat bosses is certainly easiest, and one of the fastest way to acquire a massive amount of rune arcs. I have 42 here, for example. The key to farming rune arcs in this method is actually not to bother with story bosses like Godric, Margit and so on, because these bosses are not only hard, but they also have second phases for long boss battles and cutscenes too, which the host might end up watching. What you should do is focus on the other bosses that tend to be easy to defeat and don't have cutscenes at all. A good example early game is the Crystallian boss at the Lakeside Crystal Cave in the Liurnia of the Lakes region, because most players will have to go here if they want to get Infinite Smithing Stones number 1 and 2. For the mid-game, one of my preferred bosses to farm the arcs is right here in this town of Celia in the Caelid region. Beyond these doors, the Nox Swordsman and Priestess, they are very simple to defeat and have no cutscenes. For the upper part of the mid-game, I suggest you go for Godfrey in the Royal Capital, so right beyond these doors here. It is a story boss, but not really that hard, and there's no cutscenes before or after. Now as far as the late game, my preferred choice is Commander Niall, right here at the Castle Sol area. There's no cutscenes before him, and it's a very popular area. For example, I'm level 121, and it doesn't really...
Hello? Is my mic alright?
Yo, Big TP. You came at the worst possible time of all time, okay? I gotta go. My mom walked into the room to tell me I gotta go. Okay? So,
Okay.
I gotta go. Bye bye. Bye bye. Well, are you still in France? You still in France?
No, I'm not.
Oui, oui. Goodbye. Hey, Kevin. back. I'm back. Okay, baby. I hope I didn't take too long. I'm sorry, dude. I really appreciate you being here for me at 2 a.m. in Denmark time. Thank you. Thank you for knocking. Thank you. Nice. Oh, sorry, dude. I have to check my Valorant shop. I still got Elden. Don't worry, my guy. Gotta farm some. What you call this? Runes. You know me. Just waiting. Am I doing something wrong, or is this game just dead? This one. We're going back to hell. Dude, why ain't no one finding me, bro? Oh, I should get Frenzied Flame, you say? I should get Frenzied Flame? Let's look at me, bro. Looks like I already got Frenzied Flame. Gotta keep up with the lore, my guy. I already have the Flame of Frenzy. Now I seem to beat the game. And I am using mimics here, so don't judge me. Alright?
The only woman that men want to see. Also, labeling Eve as the only kind of woman men want to see is wrong on so many levels. Dudes will thirst over anything with a pair of tits. Despite having specific outlets for this content, it now needs to be injected into all media to cater solely to them. How is this any different from putting realistic body standards in video games to cater to a different crowd? It's not. What? Companies make products because want money? Dove is challenging narrow beauty stereotypes within the games industry with a new campaign that promotes avatars that look like real women. Again, you have to remember that these companies are fucking massive, and they're making these decisions because they think it's going to increase revenue. You've got Stellar Blade, which is like, hey, let's lean a little bit into sex appeal to sell the game. And then you've got, let's portray women in a normal way to sell the product. And both of these things are fine, but you can't pretend you're better than the opposite side if your end goal is the same, money. Now, some people are only going to care about what Stellar Blade represents in their ongoing culture war, but at the end of the day, what matters most to folk like me is if the game is awesome or bad. Is Eve going to be a flat, lifeless husk, or an interesting character who just so happens to be a baddie with a gyat that won't quit? In conclusion, Rule 34 has been around for about 20 years. People are going to sexualize your game and your characters even if you don't. Sex appeal in gaming isn't inherently a problem, but there are pretty clear ways of doing it right and doing it wrong. Instead of wasting our energy discussing things that will never change, maybe we could focus on the design and fun factor of the game, if it's visually appealing, or God forbid how women are treated in the actual workplace in the game industry. The recent controversy around Eve and Stellar Blade isn't a new phenomenon. I think it's ridiculous to criticize it for shallow reasons like the character is too hot. It made me feel bad. And it's equally absurd to criticize a protagonist that isn't hot enough. Is the design good or not? Does the character have a reason to look like this? Sure, there are some instances of objectification and bad sexualization in video games, but in my experience, these are pretty rare. Unrealistic characters can affect the average Joe or Jill's self-esteem, but at the end of the day, you have to learn how to be happy with your own image. Nobody can do that for you. Your self-esteem is not the responsibility of some multi-billion-dollar corporation. Sex sells, and you can't fight that truth any more than you can fight gravity. That's the way it is. So thank you all for watching. Hope you enjoyed the video. Leave a like if you...
The Dark Souls video games are known to be difficult. Elden Ring is basically Dark Souls, but for the Elden. So naturally, when most people hit new game on the main menu, they will want to pick the strongest class. Is the strongest class the buff priest guy? What about the sneaky bandit? Or the cool samurai? Yeah, okay, him. It's definitely him, even though Miyazaki himself recommends against it. This is the best class, especially if you know the secret exclusive to it. You are probably asking yourself, why is Big Hat Logan called Big Hat Logan? You are also probably asking yourself, how can the Wretch be the strongest class when it starts at level 1? All the other classes start at higher levels, so how in the lands between could the Wretch possibly be stronger? It's simple, the Wretch has greater starting potential. Let's say you get 20 hours into the game and you realize that your dual-wielding whip dominatrix build just isn't working, so you decide to respec into a chaste nun build. First you go to Renala and give her the larval tier to respec, but then it happens. You see that some of your stats cannot be decreased below a certain number. Maybe your whip-wielding dominatrix build was based on the warrior class, so you started with 16 dexterity and 8 faith. Because the warrior class starts with these stats, when reallocating your levels, you cannot change anything about these base stats. You will have to spend a lot more levels on your faith stats, seeing that you cannot take any away from your dexterity. If you had chosen the wretch class to begin with, this wouldn't be a problem. Look at that stat distribution. The wretch has lean, clean, 10s across the board. You can respec into any build, and no matter what, your stats will always be perfectly optimized. Sure, if you played as a whip-wielding dominatrix throughout the entire game, starting with extra levels in dexterity would be a good thing, but that is just straight goofy. Your college years are a time for experimentation and trying new things. You can become a new person, maybe go to a Mitski concert or something, throw out those Weezer albums, have sex with men. There are 3 bosses in this game that you can use a shackle item on. It will immobilize them and allow you to get some free hits. This item works because they are wearing clothes. Morgott and Margit are wearing rags that count as clothes, while Moog is wearing robes. If they were completely naked, this shackle item would not work on them. It's in the lore. Therefore, why would you want to wear clothes in Elden Ring? Why would you pick a class that starts with clothing? You don't need it. It only serves as a shackle. Let's take it further. In Dark Souls games, your rolling speed is affected by how much you have equipped. If you have heavy armor and multiple massive weapons equipped, you will barely be able to roll. However, if you are wearing some light armor, your rolling will be faster and more effective. During your rolling animation, you have something called iframes, which represent how many frames during the animation you are completely invincible for. Nothing can damage you during this small window. This is also dependent on your equip load. The faster roll has more iframes than the slower roll, which means it is even easier to evade attacks as you have a larger window. What happens if you take off all your armor then? Embrace your wretched, deprived nature. You get the ultimate roll. You do not dodge enemy attacks. Enemy attacks dodge you. They slide off your sleek, naked form. You are no longer human. You are something more than a god. Speaking of gods, you should subscribe to my channel. Okay, admittedly, maybe you do want some pants. In my personal experience, it took me 12 hours of playtime to find my first pair of pants. Up until that point, I was wearing no pants. Personally, I don't mind, but people would look at me funny. Now, to put it simply while also avoiding any spoilers, eventually I picked up this item which caused a bit of a brawl.
I'm in danger!
A bit of a tussle, and I finally looted some pants at this 12-hour mark. Now don't worry, if you are new to the game, you can quite easily acquire pants from many merchants. However, I never bought these pants. The thing is with stores, you cannot trust them. You have no idea where any of the items have been. Carly might say that these pants are brand new, but they could be second hand. They could have been owned by the loathsome dung eater. I also practice this in-game and in real life. You should never buy anything for any reason whatsoever. It is much better to just find all of your clothes on the side of the road. You know that they aren't second hand because nobody has worn them before. They have just been sitting on the side of the road waiting for you, their true master. The wretch also has one last secret weapon. This isn't mentioned anywhere in the game, but it is quite a big secret. It has confounded many gaming journalists. If you have ever been outside while in a country with some infrastructure beyond roads, at some point you would have walked past a bus stop or a train station. These things are great. You can just go anywhere, complete freedom. If you are a fan of Pokemon or SMT, you are going to love these places. Just like in those video games where you can collect all kinds of varied creatures through random encounters, you can also have random encounters with crackheads at bus stops. Crackheads' main statistical differentiation between themselves is that of innate crackhead energy. Basically, every skill can be learnt, but innate crackhead energy cannot be taught. It is an unknowable force that ebbs and flows throughout all beings. Only the chosen few are able to tap into this mystical stream. Innate crackhead energy cannot be learnt. It can only be found. Rust players are probably familiar with this concept. This is the secret of the wretch. It starts with innate crackhead energy. None of the other classes exhibit this strange quality. Through this power, players who choose the wretch become built different. This power allows them to withstand tasers to the face. Choosing the wretch imparts its template upon yourself, the you residing in reality that is playing Elden Ring on your Sega Saturn home video game console. You become a crackhead. The wretch is the strongest class in Elden Ring, second to none. Although it's not the first time the naked class has been the strongest in a Dark Souls game, but it hasn't always been this way. In Demon Souls, he didn't even have a naked class. The best class in that game was Royalty, which started at Soul level 1. It came with the Fragrant Ring. This increased your maximum MP and also added a bit of MP regen. On top of that, you also start with a pretty useful spell. All your stats are fairly even as well. Not as even as the Sovereign and Unassailable Wretch though. You might have noticed something with this class. The progenitor for all the naked classes was literally royalty. All crackheads made in the following games have royal blood flowing in their veins. They also have a lot of other chemicals flowing in their veins. Dark Souls is where the crack begins. It was the first Dark Souls game to have a naked class. However, in this instance, the naked class is kind of bad. It starts at level 6, which is just disgusting. All the other classes start at a lower level. The best class in this game is the Pyromancer. It is quite similar to Royalty, only it is Pogo. You start with a Pyromancy Flame and a Pyromancy, while also being at sword level 1. I mean, you do start with some clothing, which is kind of disappointing, but fortunately they are disgusting swamp rags, so it's basically on the level of being naked when it comes to crackhead energy. Probably the best thing about the Pyromancer though is that it ties the Wanderer class for most stat points at soul level 1. Yeah, some classes actually just straight up have more stat points no matter what. For example, the Sorcerer at soul level 3 has 82 total stat points, while the Pyromancer at soul level 1 has 84. Man, how pathetic is that Sorcerer class? You should laugh at it and make it feel bad. If the crack began
Dude, I'm actually sorry. Alright, give me a second. One more card. One more card. I just did one more card. One more card. I'm homeboy. You're squad boy. One more. I want to do it. Alright.
Burger on the table. You can get that later.
I did it. Kevin, I did 4 cards. I mean 3 cards. Dude, he's knocking over my painting.
Let's straighten out. Where's the light? Where's the overhead light?
Dude, it's right there. Kevin, what did you have done to my painting? Look what you did. Kevin, look what you did. My OCD is kicking in right now. No, I have to fix this. Just gonna finish writing this card right here.
Who are you writing to?
That's it. Right now I'm doing Cation and Takeo are the last two I have. I just lost the cap of this pen, so I'm looking for that now.
Oh, you want me to get a, that little thing is tiny.
Still not in my pockets.
What?
It's not in my pocket. It'll appear somewhere sometime. But from now,
She didn't come back and do your floor because there's like dust. Huh.
this might have just been recent.
I don't think so.
That's
I
fine.
was looking under your bed, but yeah, she just wasn't able to get back in.
Your cloud's in here.
What?
Cloud in here.
Okay, I'll give you a little bit more time. Okay.
But
maybe it's on the desk because there's so much.
I'll find it.
Where is it?
I'll find it.
Oh, okay.
Yo. Yo.
Blow up.
Yo.
Blow up.
Nah.
Come on. Get away from the screen. Move around. That's your ass.
I've been moving around all day.
Did you already do the cards?
Yeah.
How many did you do?
5. That's how many there
Nice.
were.
Nice and nice. Doesn't it feel good?
No, I feel like I'm hurting myself more than I'm helping those people. Sorry. Thank you. Yeah.
Will you eat popcorn and cookies?
Thank you.
I saw you just kill that guy.
Thank you. Here, get the popcorn ready. I'll be out.
from horror to action rhythm beat 'em up, and it turns out amazing, you've got some.
This video was supposed to drop last year, but you know, things happen. The last vid went triple platinum on all platforms, and even the actors of the show reacted to it. I appreciate y'all heavy for all the love, and we gonna make sure this one snap too. Someone get the damn DJ, tell him play Bob! So the scene starts, and we got the Mitsu trying to settle the beef between Miyagi-Do and Eagle Fang. But this man is abysmal as peaches. He's real life talking about some.
One bad hamburger at McDonald's does not make McDonald's bad.
During all that yapping, Bert hears a cat outside. And you know what, people, they hear animal noise and they're like, cat! Ditches the mid-conversation just to go gaze at it. And then Miguel's all like, I didn't know you have a cat. You don't. Then my boy, just like Leo from TMNT, that man is cooked. And after seeing him get fleeced, Miguel has the audacity to ask this. Like, this man asking what happened? Like, his man ain't on the floor crew. Like, man, what do you think? This man really thinks some buff-ass cat pulled the bottom like this. But as you can obviously see, they're getting done like Minecraft right now. Don't sleep. The ops outside. And Cobra Kai walks right in. Now I'm not giving none of them a single introduction. You telling me not a single shorty walked through that door? So that means one of these grown-ass men were making cat noises? Oh, hell nah. You all... They start walking inside, making themselves at home. Everyone in Miyagi-Do is walking back. Like, bro, none of these niggas got Gojo spiritual pressure. You should not be walking back. This is y'all crib. And while they backing off, Tori pulls up on the other side with this rather peculiar entourage. Starting with my man on the right looking like a straight Bitmoji, and my charcoal brother on the left with these each sold separately ass dreads. And you know if they're led by Tori, these are some D1 crash outs. Ignorant enchantment in hand. I saw what she was pulling last time. Sam slapped her one time and she clapped back with Batman's entire arsenal. Come on, bro, stop playing. What the fuck was that? Tori just arrived and she's already tweaking. Look at her. Take it easy, man. It really ain't that deep. And I can just tell by her eyes she's ready to take this entire place out. And she starts yapping about the beef and I was gonna end here and blah, blah, blah. Man, ain't nobody got time for that. I'ma just move on. Y'all cool with that? Good. She immediately gets ready to box and I see Miguel and Sam hit this Goku and Vegeta ass pose out almost left. I don't even know why you disrespected them. We all know you're gonna get dropped. Last time I had faith in Sam,
I did not know you could use the hole.
She was halfway through TSA, straight hit the jet. She ain't even give boxing a chance. We finally get to the boxing and hold on. Peek the back real quick. I saw this and I'm like, bro, who the f is this nigga? He stunted on two ops and got the Hawk jumping back like, get that man a chain! To revoke the Hawk's real nigga card, this is the second time he got fleeced. So we get back to Miguel and he's out there getting bodied by Kyler of all people. I know he was geeked as hell waiting for his lick back. Last time we saw him, Miguel did him the worst. Hit him with the AOT treatment, got his pride snatched and his girl took like, damn, can I get a that's tough? Even though my man's been waiting for this get back, Miguel should not be losing this fight. And I know Robbie turned Miguel into Stephen Hawking, but this is a season 1 mini boss. You was in the field the whole show, even with no legs. This man is easy money, easy reach, free bread. But nah, you out here getting washed, you gotta be the shit. Like, oh, scary. Shut up, man. Get back to my black brother, and they got my man jiggling like this. Oh, nah, he's cooked. But this man always gotta grab something. He grabs a pan and whips it right to his dome. And this man real life is a frying pan to the cranium. And he's there. He took a frying pan to the head. Your head should be booming right now. All 3 of your brain cells doing jumping jacks. And he's still crossing. I don't know what crazy put it in their heads. They some real life booms. You got Marshmallow Man over here actually moving clean. And he started talking about some, come on. Like, bro, I can't even take his threat seriously because, bro, what are you wearing? And this genuinely has to be one of the worst fits I ever seen in my life. Like, what even is that? Is that a way, nigga? Bro, I genuinely have to give you props. How do you find a fit this outfits look tougher than this. There's a lot going on in this scene right here, so I had to slow that bit down. And this scene right here is when I knew, officially, undoubtedly, undebatably, indisputably, these niggas could not be saved. Strap in your seatbelts. I'm about to end their whole career. So we got Dimitri right here actually cooking in a 1v2 right now. Pete Brody right here saving his teammate, hit him with a weave straight into the African backhand, and uses one of his teammates to slam the dreadhead in the face. Like Dimitri, I was not familiar with your game. He out here crossing up multiple niggas on the field and copped a baddie? Incredible. This one of the best blow-ups of all time. I'ma let you slide. You're cooking crazy right here. But if I was to replay this scene real quick, don't y'all notice something? I'll give you a second. I said Dimitri's cooking in a 1v2, and as you could clearly see, there is 5 niggas on the screen. This is a 3v2, but Miyagi-Do, being the pinnacle of ass, has to be carried by Dimitri. You got these two over here being literal waste of space. One in the gray gets command grab, he's out there screaming for his life. And not only is the one in blue cowering in fear, someone needs to get that guy a map, because this man is still lost after all this time. How are you not getting the memo after all this time? Like, you zoom into this nigga's head, you gonna see nothing but straight static. How are y'all this sorry? In the moment Dimitri's not defending them, these two are crashing into a Christmas tree. Like your brain.
Your brain doesn't fucking work, you idiot. You're honestly an idiot. I don't know what's wrong with you.
And that right there is when I knew Miyagi-Do is the worst game in fiction. They lose in fights at home court, they lose in fights that they start. I know a good woman that deserves the amount of ass y'all dishing out, bruh. If these niggas pull up to rob you, you might as well hit a praise break, because you really gonna end up robbing them instead. They that trash. But thankfully, decided to put someone good on the screen afterwards. And I'm here to return the Hawk's chain because he is out here tweaking. He was out there fixing this shit, then I saw him turn around and hit the George Pickens. I was like, nah. Black Air Force energy ain't enough. I know he wakes up to eat bricks and drink liquid cement. He crashes glass against his head and he's still talking. Like, stop, please, he's already dead. We finally get to Sam Fox. She's out here cooking. She gets kicked one time and she's already tight. She started hitting the Goku. Head ass nigga. She throws him and it turns off all of the lights. If you think she's gonna lock in after this, she's not. Hawk slides his up harder than me sliding in the DMs of Tia Kareem. Corey! And we got Corey and Sam cooking side by side. They drop their arms at the same time and then they lock eyes. And this is when the Sam EXE program stopped responding. She was in straight fear at this point. The post-traumatic smoke disorder kicked in. She started backing away and getting pressed in her own house. I'm watching her actually pissed off at this point. She started the beef. How you copping the plea on a beef you started? She moving like self. Hey, yo, chill, bro. It was a prank. It was a prank. And I know the show wants me to take this seriously, but how am I supposed to focus when I see Miguel getting dropped in the back? Like, my man is hitting one-ups. And while Sam's getting pressed, I heard a meme in the background. Is that a bird? A plane? It's the Coochie Champion.
Who the fuck is that guy? Who the fuck is that?
This man pulls up, hyped and all, only to get slammed to the side. Sam saw that and she was like, I believe. Tori creeps up on Sam again, only to get grabbed by the Boom Boom Protector. And this is when I saw her physically tweak out. She turned around and hit the Dixie D'Amelio. It sent his ass packing and goes straight for Sam. But she enters Sam's hiding place. They gave her the ominous music in the slow-mo. Like, nah, even the production team is glazing. She does not need slow-mo. What she needs is a straight jacket. Because she walks up to Sam and she hits her with the... And as if that wasn't enough, she grabbed her nunchucks on the wall like she was Bruce Lee and starts whipping it at her. Talking about some, yes, I'll make my own son. What the are you talking about? Like, she is a real-life crash out. Stay away at all costs. She going empty on the menace Karate Kid tier list. Cause this shit is crazy at this point. He hits a picture of Miyagi and this is when Sam gets her shonen character moment. Like, I don't even want to see her lock in after this shit, bruh. This is like Jason Tatum texting Kobe before a game, but he's out there dancing by halftime. Don't disrespect a dead nigga like that. We both know y'all not cooking, so why you lying? But she grabs a stick, she thinks she YB in the mirror, and they actually get to boxing. Cameraman pans back to Miguel and look at him. This man walked up like he an angry anime kid only to get dropped. I'm so sick. Hawk looks around him and he realizes this whole time he was beefing with kids that rode the short bus. He started to hit the Optimus.
What have I done?
He sees Dimitri in a lock and he switches sides mid-fight. He hit him with the I don't know you, but CP3, that's my nigga. Mello, that's my nigga. So you wanna fight? Fight me! And they start hitting the duo cooks. I'm not gonna lie, they moving clean. Miyagi can finally get geeked. They got a grand total of 2 out of 20 people that can actually box now. We get to Miguel and look what Robbie has done to this man. He is completely washed. He's out there getting hit with the craziest back shots. Pause. He starts to get his motivational moment with the flashbacks to everything that transpired, the inspirational ass music in the back talking about some all my life, oh my love, head ass, all this for theatrics. And then Miguel finally snaps. And he finally locks in to put Kyler down. Y'all gonna see in LaRusso Part 2, this is another fraudulent win. I'm sorry, we just watched a 10-minute fight and he was getting dogged the whole time. And you're telling me the difference between him getting dogged and him winning the fight is him dropping 2 kicks and a punch? I'm sorry, you're not convincing me. Did not need his legs to win this, he just fell off. But they get to the dojo to break up the fight, and Tori, like a Saturday morning cartoon villain, is just like, you may have gotten the best of me now, but this isn't over. Frolics away, swiper head-ass villain, bruh. I'm out, bruh.
Wake up, filthy.
It's like you got coming peace.
And it throws him to the floor, and look at how he's beating him in. It's just your mom, bro. What's wrong with you? Alright, I'm tired of this crap. Hey, yo, we jumping! So we start off the movie in Lagos, Nigeria. Cap got the racism beat out of him. I know he's going crazy with the townspeople, just like this. But while my dog's appropriating the culture, we got this group of terrorists raiding a facility. And you know when there's smoke, one of them is bound to pull up. Man! Falcon carrying Cap into the battlefield gotta be one of the cleanest pull-ups in these.
Hey, Ben Kabe.
Is this happening to you? Then you're in the right place for video game training. In this video, I'm going to show you how to defeat Radagon and the Elden Beast. If you want to be an absolute legend and support the channel, then make sure to hit that like and subscribe button. My name is Azavar or Azza. Now let's get into the video. I'll just show you where this boss is located on the map. There inside the Erd tree, and the closest site of grace will be the Elden Throne. I'll show you the setup that we're using for this fight. So we have 2 Keen Scimitars plus 25. We've got the Golden Beast Crest Shield that has 100% physical damage negation, and this also has the Ash of War Barricade Shield on it. We've got the Finger Sacred Seal, so we can use the incantation Rotten Breath and apply Scarlet Rot. We're using the Crucible Knight's armor set. For the talismans, we've got Dragon Crest Shield plus 2, which vastly boosts physical damage negation. We've got the Winged Sword Insignia, which raises attack power as long as we keep on attacking. The Green Turtle Talisman, which boosts stamina recovery speed. And we've also got the Halleck Drake Talisman plus 2, which vastly boosts holy damage negation. And Radagon and the Elden Beast mostly do holy damage, so this Halleck Drake Talisman comes in very handy. I'll just show you where you can get this Halleck Drake Talisman plus 2. It's in
Welcome back to Elden Ring. Good. Make sure you do turn notifications on. If you enjoyed the video, don't
stamina recovery speed. And we've also got the Halleck Drake Talisman plus 2, which vastly boosts holy damage negation. And Radagon and the Elden Beast mostly do holy damage, so this Halleck Drake Talisman comes in very handy. I'll just show you where you can get this Halleck Drake Talisman plus 2. It's in the Shifra River, and the closest site of grace will be this Palace Approach Ledge Road. The actual talisman itself will be towards this cliff edge, just on this body here. We've got 12 of the red flasks and 2 of the blue. In the flask of Wondrous Physic, we've got the Crimson Burst Crystal Tear and the Green Burst Crystal Tear. We may use some Exalted Flesh for physical attack increase, and Pickled Turtle Neck to increase stamina recovery speed. The Pickled Turtle Neck will come in insanely useful against the Elden Beast because we'll be doing a lot of running around and jumping. Radagon has the least amount of resistance to fire, so we'll be applying fire grease to our weapon. Also, Radagon and the Elden Beast are very resistant to holy, so don't use holy grease. And you could also choose to use Spirit Summons / Spirit Ash. We'll be using the Ancestral Follower Ashes plus 9. You could also choose to use some Starlight Shards just before you enter the arena, and that will gradually restore your FP. Okay, so let's jump into the fight. First of all, we'll pop the Starlight Shards, so our FP is now regenerating. And then we'll go into the arena, lock on, whip out the Spirit Ashes, and then go for the Rotten Breath. Ideally, the first thing we want to do is apply Scarlet Rot to him. We might need to tank a few hits to make that happen, but that's fine. We need to use the blue flask. So now is a good time to do that. Pop the Rotten Breath. That's the second one. Sometimes it takes 2 and sometimes it takes 3 to apply the Scarlet Rot. We can see that it has applied. His health is ticking down. So I'm going to use the Flask of Wondrous Physic, Exalted Flesh, Fire Grease, and then go for Sword and Shield at this point. So now is a good time to do holy damage. So my name is Azavar and apply Scarlet Rot. We're using the Crucible boost physical damage negation. We've got the the winged sword insignia, which raises attack power. Okay, so let's jump. So now is a good time to do that. Pop the rotten breath. That's the second one. Sometimes it takes 2 and sometimes it takes 3.
What is going on, guys? In this video,
Golden Seeds are vital to your progress in Elden Ring, as these are what will allow you to upgrade the number of uses you get out of your flat.
Greetings, Elden Ring Guru here, and here are 28 golden seeds to help you increase your flask's power and strength. We'll start with the ones in Limgrave. Seed number 1 can be found just outside of Fort Hate, the Fort of Hate. The next one is just before Stormhill Shack. You'll stumble on this just by following the main quest. Staying at Stormhill Shack,
movies, you know they had to pull up elegantly, the Avengers committing their favorite activity of blowing up Africans. They spent the whole last movie booming Kaisen at people, and they just like, guess I'll just blow them up again.
Yeah.
I know Nelson Mandela looking down tight as hell, bro. But they came strapped up, fully prepared, been ready. Scarlet Witch giving my mans an extended vert. It's crazy. Niggas need superpowers just to do what LeBron James do on a regular basis. You are my sunshine. But Cap clearing out these rooms bad. Done turned my boy into a dancer. Cap reaches the serum and he realizes that it's gone. But out of nowhere, Black Widow pulls up to stop them in their tracks. And she's actually cooking these folks bad, looking like she's doing the meanest renegade you'd have never seen. But when she's done clearing them out, Crossbones hits a peekaboo nigga. Started dragging her by the weave, and Widow tries to electrocute him, and he goes psych and throws her into the tank. And the ensuing scene had me crying. This Looney Tunes type scenario. This man Crossbones really said, fire in the hole.
Damn. He really about to...
And that's all we get out of Black Widow for now. But in the meantime, Cap's trying to chase down Crossbones like they playing Overwatch. He gotta secure the payload. But Cap gets to the payload and he got hit with the swindle, the switcheroo, the head-ass finesse with nobody currently at the payload. He tries to signal his men, but what is that? A bomb? Yeets that hoe right into the stratosphere. I'm not gonna lie, my boy, that was clean as hell. And he's saving black people? Oh my God, he's a changed man. But I can't even celebrate. This man Crossbones moving like a fan, a freaky ass nigga. I'm gonna diddle you. What? Gets the break in Cap's back paws, got him flying, looking like a straight division symbol. He lands and Crossbones is talking smack. He's like, is this nigga serious? Like, look at this shiesty-ass dork, man. They be giving this to anybody, bruh. Like, you got little kids at Chick-fil-A hitting a sipping shiest. Like, man, take that shit out! Crossbones is really fighting with crash-out tendencies because there is no reality where you should be doing a dual-handed punch. Like, he definitely made that up. This man's fighting with no plan or home training. Anything that comes into his head, he's just like, that's a great idea. I'm with that. And I knew he was a first-round bust pick when he ate a straight hook and reacted like this. I like that shit. I like that shit. Come on.
This nigga is crazy.
But Cap still getting impressed, and you got Crossbones like... Crossbones decides to take a page out of OJ's book and whips out the knife. And this is where Cap decides to lock in, because he hits him with a weave, crack, and elbow just to detach his weapon. And I love what Cap does here. He's like, get your mouse couture out of here. He spawns another, and Cap's like, miss me with that, and puts him down with one kick. He finally takes off the shiesty, and we see him face to face. Oh, great heavens! I'd be mad too. It's messed up what they be doing to y'all. Cause what is this? Nigga look half human, half Krang, bro. Get this off my screen. But before he goes out, he's like, Cap, tell Peggy I got next. Wanda with the assist stopping this creeper nigga about to blow up and lifts him into the sky. But sadly, she needed more time in the lab. She never made this shot before. And he...
What?
Good night.
Good night, I love you.
I love you. Good night.
Good night.
He explodes in front of the building. Everybody's down there in shock. And I know Thanos somewhere clapping his hands, cackling even.
The air conditioning's on, Steve. So it's just like throwing money out the window. I love you.
Love you too.
He's like, well, They got more food now. And because of this event, the Sokovia Accords get put into place. And if you've seen the previous videos, you know I agree. They were killing innocent people all of Ultron and now want to act surprised that their actions have consequences. I don't agree with some of the examples though, like New York should not be on this list. I don't know what you wanted them niggas to do. Of course people are gonna die. You get Rod Wave to come up on stage, you expect the floor to not cave in? And Winter Soldier wasn't their fault. That was the government. That was y'all niggas. Why you saying F me for? And to make matters even worse, T'Challa's father got boomed, making him look like that one fish from SpongeBob. Everybody thinks it's the Winter Soldier and they get to chasing Bucky down. And when T'Challa catches wind, he vows to paint the Wakandan soil in his blood. And that's when we get to this. Quick little side note, we have been going live on both Twitch and YouTube. Follow the Twitch and follow the VOD channel. Back to it. And we get to Bucky, and not gonna lie, the way this whole scene is set up, it feels just like To Catch a Predator. Bucky, you try to link with a 13-year-old? Bro, you told me that I missed out and I should listen to Drake. He said, I'm in love with 2 girls at one time and they 10. And that shit was so hard, I was like, yes, sir, this nigga spitting. I didn't know. Bro, you're dressed like the nigga from You, bro. This not gonna help your case. And the boxing starts. They all going crazy in this apartment room, and I know the niggas downstairs tightened a bit. But this is a really fun action scene, I can't even lie, but I feel bad for these soldiers. Y'all pulled up with more attachments than Kim K, but didn't get told you were fighting against 2 Minecraft creative niggas. It's really insane. Bucky really hit bro with this. Y'all said we catching predators. These the Avengers, nigga. This whole stairwell section really reminded me of the raid, and that boy Bucky moving clean as hell. But Bucky escapes and retrieves his bag outside, but I know y'all see this frame. It looked oddly familiar. So just like Concrete himself, you know someone's about to get cooked. And the crowd goes wild. This is a top 3 MCU pull-up bar none, bro. And the way he does Bucky is equally as vile. All you see this nigga do is a parry, weave, bop into a... Oh yeah! That's what I'm trying to see! But my man Black Panther moving like LaMelo Ball. He's like, these niggas can't guard me. Move the camera to him. And look at this nigga! Like, nah, bro, 1 movie, 1 video later, this nigga looking like this. I gotta stop throwing the GOAT label around. Whole time these niggas be deers. While Bucky out there getting pressed by a nigga who smell like catnip, Army offers a distraction for Bucky to get away. But he looks up to see my boy scaling the building like these. Being this clean should be illegal, nigga. I'm moving like DDG.
I don't be on no gay shit at all, bro. But this particular nigga right here, bro, that's one sexy ass nigga.
Hey, yo! But Cap's right behind them, and they get to sprinting. And just like the Infinity War scene, this clip is just as cold. I don't know if it's because I did track, but seeing 3 niggas sprint at super speeds is just the coldest thing ever. These niggas moving like it's Mario Kart. And while they going at it, they got 12 rolling on them at full speeds. They straight up tweaking. And looking at Cap had me crying. McQueen is fading. Head ass, man. He can't keep up with these whippersnappers. And Cap had to cop a plea and steal a V. Had to claim defeat and steal a Jeep. Nigga out there running without no cleats. He out there fighting while I got his little bit in the sheets. Round 2, nigga, I'm like that. But after that garbage freestyle, we get back to this Mario Kart race. Cap passes Black Panther and he thinks he's in the clear, but this generational run that he's doing right now is up there with first Avenger movie Hulk. Congratulations, Black Panther. We adding you to the tier list top 3. More ops start pulling up, disturbing their race, and because of this, Bucky steals a bike. And these folk really start zooming, and once he gets close enough, Black Panther tries to take him off the V. He gets choked in midair, but hold on, you got too much dip on your chip. Peep this.
That's what I'm talking about! That's why he's the MVP! That's why he's the GOAT!
Bucky kicks him off and you think it'd be over. But he turns to see the Falcon and he's like, free Uber?
Oh, say less.
Hits a Uber everywhere and climbs on this nigga's back. I'm crying. They done turned the Falcon into Spirit Airlines. And with how reckless of a driver he is, you gonna be meeting the Holy Spirit real soon. But this scene right here is so cool. Bucky destroys the tunnel thinking he escaped, only for T'Challa to be like, Black Panther's about to finish my boy off, but and we about to get the coldest standoff of all time, only for 12 to pull up. And Rhodey pulled up really thinking he doing some. Trust, you don't want to fight me. I'm crying. This nigga's threatening to get beat up. Like, oh, scary. Shut up, man. When they all get locked up, we get this really stupid line from the Falcon.
Dude shows up dressed like a cat, you don't want to know more.
Like, I don't even gotta roast this nigga. I'ma let you know Miles say it.
Kai's not the type of nigga that can compare to a bird. Kai the type of nigga to say the bird is the word.
And then Black Panther drops one of the coldest lines in the film.
How long do you think you can keep your friends safe from me?
And here we get Baron Zemo. And Baron Zemo manipulates Bucky into becoming the Winter Soldier. And when I was younger, I used to think random words that activate the killer part of the brain was so stupid. But now that I'm older, this really makes sense. Imagine this in the context of a fat nigga. McDonald's is closed! Bucky breaks out and gets to scrapping with Cap off rip. But just like the last movie, man, nothing has changed. The Winter Soldier's still him, Cap can't box, and I can still watch the finals off the Falcon's head. And he drops Cap at the bottom of the elevator. And he tries to make his way out. Bucky up there boxing in the cafe, and that's where Tony Stark pulls up. And this little hand thing he do right here, incredible. It's the little things, bro. This man is so clean. He hits that nigga with an ad-lib and then flashbangs that nigga. But they out here playing hot potato with the blick, and he goes straight trying to shoot but gets hit with the 1-2. His life flashed before his eyes. You think he saw Dream with no mask? He removes the barrel and look at him smirking. Did I do that? And after this, he gets jumped by the shorties, but I don't know if they got editing on their side or these niggas just cheated. Because the moment Black Widow pulls up, she hits a two-piece and then... When the hell y'all niggas switch? Y'all clearly see the scene before. She's right here. You telling me in 0.3 seconds these two switch positions and Black Widow's nowhere to be found? Like, I'm crying. These shorties really took Toto's boogie woogie and thought I wouldn't notice. Ooh, he's stealing! Get your out of here, boy. But they get packed up with ease. Hapeki's daughter looking like she in a washing machine. And Black Widow hits him with the Videl. She tries to knock him out, but he's taking all the CTE to the head. And she gets slammed on the table. But he ain't laying her down to eat her poom poom. He straight chokes her out. And she down there like, stop. This isn't you. Like, what's up with y'all moving corny as hell? You don't know him, little bruh. Corny levels are at an all-time high right now, because I know y'all heard that J. Cole.
It's grippy.
But wait. The best characters I pull up. Hold on. The GOAT pulls up and he starts kicking on that nigga like he's Sanji. Like, real nigga tapping. Is this man all about that action? Bucky strikes and peep the weave into the battle stance. Fire for that! Oh, that's a real one! He's saucing this man up. No powers or super soldier serum. Just Wakandan Za and Fufu in his system. Like, oh, Prime Minister!
His Royal Highness. Get off
that nigga dick, bro. What is you doing?
Bucky puts him down and he tries to leave, abandon the mission. But sadly, he gets the chef in it, man. Rip Chadwick, bro. I love the little sound effects he be doing when he strikes. And that's so hard, bro. That's my goal. If you think this glaze is bad, just wait for the Black Panther video. Y'all ain't seen that yet. He tries to cut through Bucky's arm, and I love you, my glorious African king. But trying to cut this arm off with your bare hands is crazy. If you ever seen an African cook, you know their hands are immune to all pain, but this is just insane, bro. You're out of your cotton picking mind. They flip over down the stairs, and they go hit for hit. And call Bucky the Cavs, because he gets hit with a clean sweep, kicking him over the railing. T'Challa chases him down immediately, but this nigga must have had a rift, because once he jumps down, he already disappeared. This teleportation's getting kind of concerning. It hasn't even been 4 effing seconds, and this nigga already gone. But somehow, by straight plot, Bucky's already at the helicopter about to hit the Jimmy Neutron.
Got a blast.
But before that happens, Cap returns and hits one of the coldest scenes in the film. I ain't even a Cap glazer, but I saw this scene and I was like, damn.
In the heat of battle, he don't miss.
No.
In the heat of controversy, he don't miss.
He crashes the helicopter to the floor, and I love no matter how many times he spams choke in these movies, once he gets hit by it himself, he looks like he's about to cry.
Hey, are you gonna cry? Shut up!
But while he's getting choked, they both fall into the water and did the battle. But once they escape, Iron Man and Cap's beef were at an all-time high. Cap even dropped a diss. Tony's such a hoe ass up, gonna make some suits, nigga. I was like, damn, they squabbling out there. Tony wasn't standing for all that, so they went to draft their picks, and they met up for the smoke. So, I heard you on the net. Wasn't you talking crazy on the net?
Shit, I guess so.
I was. You dropping 200 new suits every day, boy. Slow down dropping all that bullshit. Black Panther pulls up, and the African uncle in him was tweaking. The big team. Will be tantalizing.
Cap, you don't want any of this.
Alright, I'm tired of this, bro.
Hey, yo, we jumping!
Oh my god, let's go!
10. I am meat riding with no shame. You have no idea how good this trailer was. Oh my god. Look, Cap, I'm trying to help. And for Christ's sake, can you stop mewing? Alright, Tony, you ready? Bet. And they get to boxing. But before we even get there, I know I be hating Hawkeye, but I gotta give him his props. Tony could have got caught lacking by this shot alone. Look how fast he put that helmet on. That would have been easy money. They all split off into their own battles, but I want y'all to peep who Cap strikes first. Nah. Them racism tendencies like the Green Goblin mask, bro, he can't let it go. And you think that's the worst part? Look at how he does Black Panther. Nah. This nigga is crazy. Cap getting double teamed by the 2 nefarious Nightskins, a coincidence? I think not. Alright, Stark, what do I do? My fault, bet. Spider-Man skedaddles on the glass and breaks into the fight. Bucky goes for a strike, but damn, man, you made this out of tinfoil? They doing the Winter Soldier so bad, look at his face. The thought of him having to fight without being carried by that metal arm got him distraught. Falcon tackles Spider-Man and they start brawling in the air.
Dog, stop running like a little... Man, if you go backdoor me, at least do it right.
Oh my god, nigga! This is exactly what people be saying when they say Spider-Man is holding back. This is a 14-year-old rookie. He hasn't even had his homecoming game. And he's here out-saucing the Winter Soldier. But when I make 6 videos glazing him, it's my fault? Do you not see the peak? And he's not done, because Falcon dives on his back and he hits a U-turn and disables his wings and ties him up. If you don't get me out of this right now, I'm gonna kill you, little nigga.
Whoa, calm down, Jamal. Don't pull out the 9.
Dives in and knocks them both to the floor. 2 unks down, man. And Tony really told me y'all got hands. We done with the 9. And once that scuffle ends, we get probably...
In this video, I'm going to show you how to do one of the most annoying dungeons in the game, the War Dead Catacombs. It's a place, alright, and you're going to find this place here after finding General Skarsgård Radahn over here. So when you head to the north of his arena here, you'll find when you run across this like empty barrel. So I'm using a build right now that's very cheesy. It's a very nice shield build. I highly recommend using a shield in this dungeon, by the way. So when you first come in here, there are areas that you can drop off to the left and right here where you can find some interesting stuff here. The spell is down there in a chest, very easy to go, but right now we're actually just going to run to the back end here, take the right back stairs up here, make sure you dodge the archer here. You can either run past and just dodge that like purple thing, or you can use all through those, but he will swap to normal arrows, which you'll need your shield for here to block at least until you can get close to him. Once you get close enough to him, he'll bring out his sword, and that's okay. Now you can run away from him. Once he has the sword, he shouldn't bring out his bow again. You can just keep running towards the east over here, and you should be safe. Just run past all these enemies. You can fight them if you
get back to Malcolm Panther against Captain Jim Crow, and peep how he does Rhodey. Nah, I'm really crying. They doing this nigga like Yamcha. Panther's getting outweaved like crazy. I'm like, say you swear to God! Say you swear to God! And he gets punted away. I can't even believe what I'm seeing. Ant-Man pulls up and he's like, hey, yo, Cap, I got the best nigga exterminator. Throw this. You had me at nigga. What the fuck? Yeah, burn them niggas. Really, nigga? And we got Cap and his gang elegantly running, and look at Cap, bruh. Come on, gang. This Disney Channel type scene, man. We're all in this together. Man, get off my screen. And Vision finally pulls up to aid Iron Man. And we get this clean standoff of both sides, and they get to boxing. Now, hold on. Oh my God, nigga, let me talk. MCU movie, in my opinion. But there's just a small part of me that gets hurt watching this scene. And I know I'm gonna sound like a dork when I say this, but the comics very gorgeous to me. It was like 75 characters on each side, and these niggas were really brawling. So to see like 6-year-olds on each side duking it out in broad daylight, that shit little weak. I can't even lie. And I got something else to say right here. If this movie wasn't called Captain America's Civil War, Iron Man side would dunk on him, no questions asked. Look at these sides, bro. This Chris Brown versus Rihanna, nigga. This a mismatch. Like, even if you remove Rhodey and Black Widow, my parlay's still on Iron Man. Like, hold on, bro. Just peep game. DJ, if you don't play la, we gonna get to this fight later, but Iron Man almost won a 2v1 against 2 S-tier fighters. I promise you, you give him even an inexperienced Spider-Man, he's winning this fight easily. No questions asked. Black Panther can easily pack up Hawkeye, Falcon, and Ant-Man by himself. And even if Ant-Man turns big, you take him down the same way you take down a fat nigga. Push him over. And that leads Vision and Wanda. And this is where it gets kind of confusing, because this is before Wanda got really OP, but before Vision fell off. So it can really go both ways. If you think this is the first round draft pick Vision from Ultron, I'm giving it to him. If you think this is the same Wanda ripping Thanos to shreds, I'm giving it to her. Y'all can really pick the winner here, but even if Wanda wins, they just gonna jump her. So yeah, I commend the movie for making this look a little bit fair, but nah, nigga. L-Quad armor, it's rigged 0 out of 10. Now let me stop yapping and get back to it. Widow and Hawkeye get into an ISO, and I hate how all these weak-ass niggas getting on a one-on-one with her. Like, bro, get me in that! Alright, bro, my fault.
This is a sick Negro.
Everybody out here boxing, and Scarlet Witch really moving like defensive player of the year and saves Bucky from getting packed by T'Challa. And I can't even blame her for this one. Black Panther was straight shish kebabbing my nigga. Brody swung his body to the side and hit a dual-legged kick to his face. The number 2 seems to be common in all crash outs. 2 knees, 2 fists, 2 legs, 2 brain cells. It all evens out. Spidey and Cap get to boxing and oh yeah, I'm trying to see this. This ain't your block, bro. Look, this ain't your block, bro. That's you. Webs Cap up, reels him in, and got him making out with 15-year-old toes, brother. I know Dan Schneider watching this tight as hell. How happy would that nigga be to add another kid into Diddy's vlog? And sweeps it. Got him hitting the my back post, bro. Get Spider-Man webs him and he's like, haha, nigga with no shield. And Cap flips him over, reels him in, and slams him. Haha, nigga with no life. Iron Man's out there getting triple teamed by the Falcon, Ant-Man, and Hawkeye, but they low-key get the best of him because Ant-Man goes inside and and starts rearranging his guts. He moving like me and Violet Myers. Just wait on it. That DM gon' hit, twin. And Iron Man in this suit tweaking. He in there like this. Hey! He drives Ant-Man out of him and he's like, oh, he gonna do me like that? Bet. Nigga, is that Weapon Yama? Ant-Man goes big and it becomes this entire video game boss just to take him down. And for some reason, Black Panther and Hawkeye get into a 1v1. Don't do it, don't react, y'all. Let me say that again. Hawkeye, foreign ISO. Man, that boy getting crossed. Like, why is he here, bro? This gotta be a joke. Like, it's so funny. It's been 6 years and Hawkeye is still here. Oh my God. You shut up. But Cap and Bucky make it to the helicarrier only for Widow to stop them. And I find it so funny that they both stop. They really trying to gas her up. She can't even fight her way out of paper bags. She posed no threat. They think she's there to stop him, but whole time, she's just trying to put Black Panther on a stun lock. When you put yourself in Black Panther's shoes, this whole situation should have got him mad tight. For some reason, half the Avengers are defending the person that killed your father, and not even the people that swore to help you are on your side right now. Like, nah, I'd have to air the whole place out after that, nigga. But they all take down Ant-Man. You get this really cute scene of Spider-Man, I can't even lie. Vision's trying to get Scarlet Witch back through his Bluetooth speakers.
I am sorry.
I still don't forgive you.
Hold on, playing your X-Men playlist.
Baby, you know that's my song. And Rhodey tries to be useful and take down Cap. He's getting pressed by the Falcon and he tries to ask Vision for help. But as we clearly saw, Vision trying to get nasty. So we really gave him this here nigga damn type assist with Falcon spin dashing out the way, getting Rhodey sniped. Rhodey gets hit and he pummels to the floor, leaving him paralyzed. And this right here left Iron Man in shambles. After this, Cap's whole squad gets locked up. We get this really funny Iron Man scene.
Said you never can trust a Stark. Who are you?
Nah, buddy, you tried! Bro, just tell me where they went. I ain't saying nothing, bro. I'm standing 10 toes down. We got Popeyes and Benihana's in the back, little bro.
You serious?
And that nigga got to chirping. And while Tony flies to the low, we get the best suit up of his career. Iron Man pulls up on Cap and Bucky. These two looking so clean, by the way. And that's when they get set up by Baron Zemo. And Iron Man sees in 4K UHD his parents getting boomed off the map. And I really don't know how you could be on Cap's side after this. Not only did this battle paralyze his friend, you kept a secret like this? That's just insane. This nigga's fake as hell. You knew? If it makes you feel better, Bucky choked my mom too. Hey, yo! And Iron Man starts going on a revenge tour, straight chasing Bucky down. They climbing up this Mario Bros tower, and every time Iron Man gets close to Bucky, Cap would block his path. Like, this man Cap really hit an aerial choke. This nigga evolving. But Tony continues to push him away like an unwanted child. And it's crazy. Cap may be the leader, but he's not even top 3, bruh. Thor got you wiped down. Hulk got you wiped down. Tony got you wiped down. Like your label boy, you in the scope right now. But while they out there boxing, Black Panther is talking with Baron Zemo. And I really like their combo, but I'm just distracted by the fact that this is the first time Black Panther has seen snow in his entire life. This nigga from Africa, I know he reacted like this.
Jesus Christ of Nazareth, Holy Ghost fire. Why am I waking up to Gary? Who spilled the Gary all over the place?
They fall to the bottom and Iron Man climbs out the hole. Just like he did in Iron Man 1. And Cap is still trying to dampen the blow. He's just like, chill, bro. It's just your parents.
He's just a nigga, equal rights, equal fights.
And they start going hit for hit, back to back. They moving crazy right now, and Cap hits him with the signature choke. And at this point, you gotta wonder if you should give him his props or wonder why he's not on the short bus all-star team, because why are you still doing this? He moving like a methazine, really dropped the same song 27 times and thought something would change. Nigga, you're stupid. Iron Man uses his blast to get him flipped over, got his sorry ass laid out. And Bucky watching this front row 4K like it's playing on the Falcon's forehead, and he realizes Cap's just like him. A left-hand bandit, a fraud. He can't box unless he got his shield or another nigga. So Bucky said F all that and got to jumping. And we all know this scene. Tony getting jumped just because he had maternal love for his parents. Like, saying this in a real life context is just so crazy. Imagine getting jumped and the niggas are just like, it's just your mama, bit nigga. What? But y'all all know this iconic jump. This should be in the Jumping Hall of Fame. But do y'all really know this fight though? Let's break it down right here. DJ Playma. Now the reason why this is the greatest jumping of all time, you will never see someone get jumped into a touch of death, an infinite loop. So Bucky hits a pass me the rock right to Cap, weaves a right and clocks him. Got him looking up to his mother, thou art in heaven. He lets him off with a Sparta kick. Cap hits a spin move right on his chin. And right here is where the loop begins. Peep how they stagger their attacks. The moment Bucky throws this left, Cap is already mid his attack. Having your attacks in a pattern like this will put you in a loop. We gonna call this play the delayed dance, because them staggering their hits like this makes it nigh impossible to fight out of. You try to defend, stupid, gets kneed like a back. And then ovation. After this, Bucky and Iron Man really run the clean ones. But Bucky wins the ISO, got him on the wall, about to rip out his core reactor. And Iron Man really on the wall like, uses his reactor and blasts his arm off. And Bucky cannot believe his eyes right now. He is looking distraught. I know he thinks he's one of them pranks where they destroy your phone and then give you a brand new one. Nah, nigga, you're cooked. And this is where we get this clean shot right here, like, shit like this is what I love to see, bruh. Cap got Iron Man on the wall and he is straight beating him in. Like, damn. First Batman, now this. The way they beating down the opponents, you think they the victims. No, they're not. You're just weird. Iron Man blocks the shield and hits it away. And look at Cap, the only thing your man's doing them bad. Peep the swoop into the Joe Budden. Nigga, wow. He starts beating Cap to a pulp and throws him to the floor. And this is what I was talking about earlier. 2v1 and he's still on top. And he really would have won if Bucky ain't tried to tickle this nigga's feet. Oh, nah. This nigga the diddler. Cap grabs Iron Man and throws him to the floor, and look at how he's beating him in. It's just your mom. Bro, what's wrong with you? And Cap really hit a pose like this? Nah, if I was Tony, I'm suing this prehistoric hobo for all he's worth, because it's gotta be labeled as abuse, assault, and battery, nigga, something. But Cap beats him in, ended the fight, and Iron Man's like, you can't rep our set no more, nigga. Drop the shield. And Cap does exactly that, ending the movie. This video took so damn long. Thank y'all for watching. It's like 4 a.m. while I'm recording this right now. I'm gonna go get some sleep, nigga.
Wake up, filthy.
I didn't finally watch Cobra Kai. I ain't even gonna give this an intro. We just gonna hop right into it. Hey, dog, play my song, bro. So the scene starts while everyone's in class and we got Tori over here hijacking the school system just to call up, hey, you kissed Miguel all in front of Robbie's dumbass. I know he fell down to his knees when he heard that. Once I saw that, I knew he was gonna violate in some way, shape, or form. This man is the son of Johnny. The moment someone with a male genitalia is within 10 feet of them, with a male genitalia is within 10 feet of their girl, they beat their ass. Before he throws the first strike, and we got Sam weaving out the way. Look at Robbie, his whole saber senses are already tingling. Why are you flinching? Y'all train together, bruh. She'll be alright. Nah, never mind, twin, because she's already trying to hit the jets. Got Miyagi doing fraud watch. I know Miyagi looking down pissed as hell. Tori grabs her bag, hitting them devious lips. She's the reason why my school got no soap dispensers. Y'all are vile. And she kicks her right in the gut. In the moment she gets backed up, these Cobra Kai henchmen push her back in. And seeing these Cobra Kai henchmen pull this happened to the faithful 1v1. No passion in the sport anymore. Stop jumping, niggas ruin my favorite thing in the world. Tori starts throwing mad blows and Sam's out here blocking and weaving out the way. Don't get this twisted. She is not a Weave Nation candidate. No, sir. Because just her hitting the Michael Jackson rocked her off her whole balance, allowing Tori to start feasting on her. Sam's over there getting her ass beat. And then Robbie's like, I can't take it anymore. Dashes in to save her. Pushes Tori off. And then he has the audacity to pull this. You okay? No! You are not Omar the Ref! This level of white knightness is still not done. Because Tori tries to pull up for smoke and then he slams her against the locker talking about some... Like, bro, this overseer ass nigga, you not that guy. Just watching him is getting me tight. Miguel sees this and then he goes... Hey! My dog, it's not that serious. Robbie is still talking, and he's like, calm down, I'm sure we can figure this out. Dimitri sees this, and he's like, yeah, I'm calling the ops. And his lame ass goes to get a teacher, because of course he will. Gil started baking Robbie, and all the Hawk needed was to peep this, and he had all the excuse in the world to get his black Air Force ass off the bench. All he needed is the slightest reason to start violating kids. And once he hopped off, he copped his Bruce Kick sub, because he started dropping niggas off for fun. Oh, that's my goat. And then we just got a bunch of people just boxing for no reason. Like we got this Oreo pairing right here. I don't even remember their names, but I have to side with my brother. You know what I'm saying? So we get to these little ones boxing, and I'm sorry, but they almost put me to sleep faster than that Drake tape. Couldn't keep my eyes open. Tori and Sam continue the boxing, and Aisha's trying to tell him to stop fighting. This random NPC pushes her to a locker for no reason, and then proceeds to do nothing. He ain't hit her, he ain't drop a combo, he just pushed her. Like, okay, nigga, I guess. Never made it this far in a fight before. Blood is frozen. Only for Aisha to drop him off. This man is a D1 sellout. How'd you get this Sneak Nation advantage? But the moment the ball's handed to you, you freeze more than this nigga right here. What is...
I'm sorry.
And we got Moon pulling up talking about some, hey guys, can we all just get along? Like, man, stop politicking and watch this combo, bruh. And I know these two some no names and y'all don't know about them. But me having the commentator vision, I see everything. And I was peeping these two in the background. I'm gonna call them Sonic and Shadow because they was the only two that were actually boxing. I don't even know what these dojos be teaching the niggas. Y'all can't fight, bro. What are these niggas doing? So we get back to Hawk and he's out here bullying this little one. He kicks Sonic right to the side, and that distraction allowed this little one to punch him in the face. He saw that, he literally just started smiling. I'm gonna use this as a teaching moment to everybody watching. Hawk is the definition of someone you should not be boxing. From the 2004 haircut to the outdated appearance, he will only commit actions to make your life worse with no benefit to himself. The way he parried this kick with such precision, I actually had to move up in my seat. How does he move like that. Hawk proceeds to put the paint on him. Look at my man's face. Bro does not have even the slightest capacity to even be boxing this man. Getting slid like an anime villain too? Nah, this is straight heinous. And we get back to the actual fight, and Robbie's out here sliding to a locker. Miguel was really holding him down. Bro whipped him so hard they give him the Jimmy Butler hairdo. And they start going back to back. They going hit for hit. It's beautiful. And then they transition to Sam and Tori, and they're doing the same. This is just some beautiful synchronization. They are moving with such elegance. But sadly, I cannot say the same for these blows. And I don't even know how some of these attacks are doing some damage. Because how did this stop? Ass slap, push her against the locker. And it happens again after Tori kicks her. Because she starts roaring and running at her. Dog, what type of Attack on Titan running form is this, bruh? And it ends off with Tori hitting this old emo-ass scream. And then them shuffling off to another room. We switched to Hawk and he is still bullying niggas for fun. I'm telling y'all, ain't letting anybody box at this point because I don't know how Stingray is out here catching bodies, especially sneaking hits on y'all too. No way y'all can't hear these 600-pound cheeseburger footsteps. I'm about to get tight. We're moving on. And then we get hit with the stage transition to round 2. Look at Sonic and Shadow still going crazy. Perhaps I pay attention a little too much because I don't know why he's running when you was boxing this whole time. Nigga cop the plea. He's making Miyagi-Do look like a joke because he was getting dropped this whole time. Now he's running. And then we get this black nigga that is all hyped to box. Ain't you the nigga that was doing this? Yeah, I pay attention a little too much. I'm not letting no BS get past me. We get back to it and Sam and Tori are still getting active. A peep game real quick because Sam really lobs her in the face and then she hits us with this. What type of Gotham-ass villain does she think she is? You do not look tough or crazy. You're weird. They out there throwing hands so crazy. A teacher finally done pulled up. Most unrealistic thing about this fight. There is no way they've been boxing for 20 minutes by now and a teacher just now showed up. Because back in my day, we couldn't even raise our voice without the principal spawning. They should have been here, bruh. But the teacher gets chipped so egregiously, I actually felt so bad. He got laid out like some white tape too. That's tough. And the backup Dimitri got didn't even try to box or nothing. He just dipped and left them in the eyes of the Hawk. And they started playing Five Nights at Freddy's. I don't even know what's going on anymore. After 5 minutes of that shit, we get to this. I cannot call this anything but plot armor. Because you telling me this Poindexter Dimitri is out here able to curb stomp the Hawk. But not a single time in this entire show we have seen this man even box. He can't even train right. And they expect me to watch this and be like, oh my God, Dimitri. No, nigga. Free Hawk. My nigga got snuffed. But after that absolute BS, Black Dude wins his fight and the 2 little ones get interrupted. And now we can get to the main event. Miguel running up the stairs to stop Sam and Tori from boxing. Robbie's over here fighting these Cobra Kai minions climbing up the stairs like it's a video game level or something. Miguel tries to stop Tori and Tori literally combos him because she ain't trying to hear nothing. And she starts violating Sam, straight dragging her by the hair right down the stairs. Nah, that was straight violation. If that was a win, your career would have been done for. Sam with straight hands actually flips her down. Then Sam hits this right here. And then Tori's just like, you ain't even seen dirty. She starts putting on the brass knuckles, and I'm like, hold on. Since when did it get this serious? Y'all beefing over a man whose best friend is a 40-year-old caveman. Put the fist down. We get back to Robbie and Miguel, and the 2 Supermen are out here boxing. And this time, they're exchanging words.
They're taking advantage of Sam. I would never. They're going to happen.
Like, bro, I don't even know what to say anymore. This is insane. Because we get back to Sam and Tori, and she's out here pulling this. For what purpose? Because this shit gonna be on my pay grade. I almost left. Sam, after getting pieced up by this cheating brick eater, finally kicks her off, and then she falls down the stairs, which ends the fight in Sam's victory. Kinda. Bro got hit with post-traumatic smoke disorder. This is actually horrible. We get back to Robbie and Miguel is again piecing Robbie. I'm gonna give props where it's due. Miguel was really on hots this whole fight. Like, I'm talking straight greasing him. When he said this right here, weird ass nigga. But anywho, I immediately take back my props. Because peep game, Robbie is right down here and then Miguel shoots the kick up to this rail. My dog, where was you aiming? This that LaRusso fraud aim. This is OD. And after this, we get more Superman banter. So where Robbie actually grabbed the utensils. He started hitting holes like this right here. I was like, hold on. He in the kitchen whipping right now. But all he had to do was fail 2 strikes for Miguel to get back the upper hand. And he ends up flipping my boy to the floor, had him pinned down. And after this point, I'm just assuming Miguel was gonna rip his arm off, bruh. I thought the 2010 Karate Kid was bad. These are just some Young Justice ass villains. And then he gets a flashback. Hey, if you ever touch my son like that again, I'm gonna end up smashing your mom. Oh, nah. And he lets go of Robbie. And this is where he lost his sanity. He slams the back of his neck and then locks his knee down. And after that, all I heard was a finisher.
Falling, dreaming.
Then he lands right on his spine, ending his entire fighting career. This is on some D-roll shit, bruh. Rock Lee even. All because niggas can't keep they shorties in check. We got my boy Miguel at the end of the stairs hitting the Yamcha, and Robbie just leaves. No, literally, like he disappears. He basically killed a nigga, and y'all just let him dip? He not even in the next scene on the same railing. Y'all let people disappear like that? I bet. I'm gonna do that too.
Wake up, filthy.
It's like you got common peace. Today I want war. Should feel my pain every time I had to strike myself in the store. No, I'll be on lean. Since you left, it's been codeine galore. On pretty cups everywhere I go. This shit ain't a dream no more. Won't throw my G.
Bro was out here reversing vision just like this. Shout out my dog codenamed Super, but I had to run this on the Avengers because the way they was rolling up with these WWE intros every time they pulled up, I really thought they was gonna drop Thanos. The movie just started and we already got an intro. Thanos' ship was pulling up so clean they needed to start the intro off in another movie. Oh nah, they moving like them old PS1 games. You needed 2 discs just so you could play that whole. So they pull up on Thor and them, and we got Mr. Squidward out here blazing, meat munching, glizzy gargling, just for Thanos' intro. Loki turns again after Squidward walks away, and then we see this man Thanos posing like some Illuminati in the sun. He made sure that angle was perfect. You know his goons already flicking up, and he's carrying Thor as a prop. You know how these Instagram models always got that last slide to show off their outfit or their accessories? He's about to do Thor just like this! That's tough! And you know this man is about his flicks when he only talks in IG captions. Destiny arrives all the same, and now it's here. Or should I say, I am. Made sure the camera was at the best angle, got the Eliante diamonds glistening. Like, we're not even 3 minutes in and I'm already looking in the mirror. I'm like, nah, this is my twin. And then we got Loki cooking up his intro. We got him walking up to Thanos hitting the pick and roll. The glaze just for the fadeaway to the Hulk. And I'm surprised they even pulled that Hulk intro off. You really got his raging baby ass sitting down for all this? That's very commendable, I can't lie. Hulk, you 3 for 3 with these intros. You better whoop some. Oh. I'm gonna have to reverse this because there is no way I'm not gonna talk about how Thanos abolished the Incredible Hulk from the MCU just by button mashing. He was pushing back on the Hulk and he was out there rethinking his entire life. I would too. Because he's moving with such elegance and hitting him with such a devious combo too. Then he hit him with the dunk. LeBron James? Oh my God, you get it smooth! So we pull up to Earth and this man Bruce Banner's out here pissing himself. Guys, if Thanos pulls up, we're gonna be up the creek. Shut up. You're not even an Avenger anymore. Join another team. I heard Captain Planet need a spot. But Thanos' goons pull up to the middle of this city and I see this man's hairs lift up. And I'm like, nah, man. We here for the greatest cinematic masterpiece of all time. I don't even know why these goons claim Thanos' name because they got the weakest pull-up in this entire movie. This entire theatrical release. I would let you go up and come back down and try again. It's that bad. And you got Squidward landing talking about some... Shut up! They about to start boxing and Bruce Banner selling yet again. Who's shocked? Not me. Hulk in that whole fearing for his life. He can't even pull up for smoke anymore. And then Tony's like, fine. I got this. Pulls up hitting the runway walking with the drip just spawning on his body. I'ma applaud you for this one, gang. Solid 8, simple and clean, no Kingdom Hearts. And they start scrapping in the middle of Zoo York. And I can't even front, I would be so mad if I was a New York resident. Because not only do I have to deal with the rat epidemic both in my house and on the streets, I gotta deal with some new BS every week. First is a Clash Royale goblin, next is a Japanese psycho opening the portal to the netherworld, and next is some psycho trying to turn us into some dinosaurs. What do y'all want? Iron Man's boxing about to get packed up, and then he gets saved by the... Oh my god, the goal! 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. I'm meat riding with no shame. But anyways, they keep boxing. This is a great fight. Doctor Strange gets napped. Iron Man almost gets sent to the grave a whole movie early, only for Wong to intercept and save him with the game-winning clutch. And that's why he's the greatest of all time. As if you didn't know already. But before I move on, I gotta talk about this though. Iron Man Jr.'s drip upgrade was looking tough as hell. I know Stark was bumping Lil Baby designing that entire fit, but he got sent home before he could even cook. Tragic. We go to Wanda and Vision, and they're out here getting jumped in the dead of night. I would love to have superpowers, but you cannot commit any extracurricular activities without someone trying to run the fade. Niggas can't even go to school no more. Oh my god. But we get back to the quote-unquote boxing, and then Vision gets hoed. And I want you to remember this shot because you are going to see this 17 times in this movie alone. Bro is the equivalent of unlocking the boss character in a game. If you look at his performance in the Age of Ultron, he was moving like a D1 recruit. That was a generational talent. Now he's just a jobber, a fraud, a poser. And direct proof is right here. So they get back on their feet and they actually start getting active. Vision's really putting hands on him right here. We switch to Wanda and you don't even gotta worry about her. Her hands are 101. You saw how she did Thanos? Incredible. Ripping bro by the seams. That's an all-star recruit. Vision can't even hold his own for 10 seconds. He's already getting hold in the exact same shot. You trash! They about to get sent to the Shadow Realm and then a train appears. All you see is a shadow. And who is that, you ask? Oh my god! It's Playboy Cardi! Nah, ready to spaz out. My goat T'Challa's done standing around and he tells them to open the gate. He's ready to go crazy. My boy hit that. And as an African, that's my Amber Alert. It's time for me to pick up the jersey. I'm going in. But they start sprinting, and I always found this so cold. How Black Panther and Cap just outpacing the entire camp. Like, golly, get them on a track field. I know their 100-meter time is elite. They running faster than this nigga right here. I got distracted for 2 seconds, and they're out here getting jumped by these no-names. We started so good. What happened? And then we get the hardest entrance in this entire film. They was building this hoe up the whole time. But I heard the Avengers theme for the first time in this whole movie, and seeing the Stormbreaker squad wiping their whole horde, I'm like, nah, the real GOAT is coming. Dog pulls up to the gate and starts going crazy. Thor was really in his prime, carrying the whole Avengers. And he's out here saying, bring me Thanos! Man, I'll bring you anything. Keep cooking! And then we get hit with this clean-ass transition to Thanos walking out the portal. This man can't do nothing normally. Everything is for theatrics. He's out there talking with Strange, and everyone's out there waiting for their chance to jump this man. Strange is out there trash talking. He's all like, you really came to flick up with this yee-ass fit in this weak-ass background? Yo game trash. Only for Thanos to start cackling. You want a background? I got a background. And he started changing the backdrop just for the flick. Oh nah, it's never that deep. But I'm telling you, you could tell bro loved using that reality stone, because the way he was abusing that hoe was actually cheating. Because he's out here torturing his own daughter just to troll. Hit her with the fake death, the fake pull-up, the fake gunshot. He turns Drax into some Legos, and then he started moving like the middle schoolers back in them roast sessions. You could be a bystander, but once they catch you, they gonna hit you with the, why you laughing? Boom, nigga! Oh my word, what did they do to deserve this? I think Thanos is just mad that this Missouri shrinking dink hobo was all over his daughter. That's tough. Should've dropped her off at Earth. Have her messing with a real nigga. No pause. They jump Thanos, and for my sanity, I'm gonna skip this because I can make a 50-minute long essay on this fraud that is Peter Quill. I'm getting mad just thinking about it. This J.R. Smith, I thought we was up. Ass nigga, I'm done. Next! We pull up right back to Wakanda and they're still going crazy with the boxing. The aliens being these try-hard ass niggas start pulling out these crazy machines, and then they had to pull out the cheat code. Wanda, this Minecraft creative mode ass Avenger, but she takes care of it with no effort, and they had them wondering why she was even up there. And I agree, someone needs to tell Vision to get off his ass. But Wanda's about to get smoked, and then these two pull up on her. Right when Wanda was about to take the L, this pull up was tough. And then you got these old dork ass niggas talking about some look at Marvel pushing the woke agenda. Shut up. Touch a woman, please. I beg. Wanda leaves Vision for 2 seconds, and this man is getting jumped. Like you have hands. Nigga, I seen it. Like he's getting jumped beyond belief, and I'm just looking at this so mad. This ain't even the same character. And remember when I said when the goons had the weakest intro in this entire movie? I lied, because Bruce Banner does. Whether alien or not, if you're on this planet, you play by our rules. This should only teach y'all one thing. With or without the Hulk, with or without the suit, with or without the money and the clout, there is nothing you could give that could unlame a nigga. And Bruce Banner, you a lame nigga. Dog was selling this whole movie. I'm sick and tired of watching him. So we go back to the jumping in on Titan, and everybody's wiped out. I wonder whose fault that is. Iron Man hits the hardest ISO in this entire cinematic universe, but sadly he fails. But before he wipes Tony Stark off the map, he says this: Stark, your waves, they're spinning. You have my respect. And then he started flashing the VVS diamonds, and I started hearing Cancun in the background. Diamonds on me came from Elliot, and things of that nature. And Strange is like, oh my lord, mumble rap? Oh nah, just take the stone, my ears are bleeding. But Thanos takes that chance to land on Earth, and they started adding music on his footsteps. Like nah, even the composers are glazing. My dog moonwalks past Banner, using all of his new ice to fold all these niggas. And Wanda, being the good future of Krillin, actually kills the android for the greater good of humanity. But this man Thanos is out here just spamming the stones. Bro was out here reversing Vision just like this. And then rips the Lil Uzi diamond right out of his head top. This is absolutely sickening. But he got the whole set finished. He's out there powering up. He knows the fit pick is about to be generational. And Thor returns again with the toughest pull-up in the entire film, going through Thanos' blast like it's nothing, and then having him on his knees. The back-to-back peak from Ragnarok to this movie, Thor was really in his Jordan year. I'm about to call this whole the Thor Avengers. He's the only one that matters. So right before I was gonna frame this moment in the museum of the greatest lickbacks of all time, I had to really peel my eyes real quick, because I knew something was gonna happen. Thor is a prince, and no matter where you find a prince, they will always sell at a pivotal moment. Because he's walking up to Thanos and he's like, I told you you're gonna pay for that. Dumbass nigga, man. Finish the job! And Thanos takes that opportunity, and he ends up saying this. And then he wipes the save file on the entire universe. And we cannot end this movie without Thanos posing. Even his mind got some of the cleanest shots I done ever seen. Bro cannot go anywhere without it being theatrical. Thanos, these flicks, they're so hard. What did it cost? Everything. We can't talk about all these intros without talking about the greatest outro. My dog was just standing outside his porch, fulfilled with life, knowing that he completed the mission. He knows after that new IG post, he's gonna have all the Xandar thotties shaking ass on his ship, and he completed his goal straight from the comics, finessing Lady Death as his wife. He knows what he gotta do. Her name is Lady Death, but that poom poom is life-changing. But I don't know, dog, doing all this just so you can sink in that, that's tough. I'll call next.
Hey, it's like you got common peace. Today I won't war. Try to feel my pain every time I had to strike myself in the store. No, I be on lean. Since you left, it's been codeine galore. On pre-pink cups everywhere I go. To sing and dream of one, won't you my G?
Are we done with your bad stand-up routine?
I'm not gonna lie, guys. I have never played an Arkham game in my life. I owned Origins on the Xbox 360, but I literally never played it. The only thing that I remember was my older cousin dying over and over and over again by Deathstroke. I'm gonna have to cover that sometime. But after being mad late, I finally decided to play all the games, starting with Arkham City. I started with City.
Really stupid, you know that, son?
It's gonna be a commentary / review video similar to the Venom one that I made, trying to switch the flow a little bit, you feel me? But I hope y'all enjoy, and we buy that. You really think?
Oh man, Zep, another Spider-Verse video? This is great, but how'd you get all the footage?
Don't ask questions.
So the scene starts and they have my boy Miles locked up just because they won't let my man save his dad. Because apparently, if you are not going through enough trauma to be sent to a mental health ward, you are not worthy to be Spider-Man. And then you got Hobby out here being the realest nigga I done ever seen in a movie, flat out. Helping Miles out when they only knew each other for like an hour. I'm telling you, Hobby and Miles' relationship is the equivalent of seeing another black person and they're just like... See, Goku and Vegeta get it because they're real niggas. I'm telling you, you need Hobby as a main shooter. That's my dog. So Miles breaks out of that hole and he immediately starts running. And Miguel chases after him. And you gonna see in this video how Miguel's mental state slowly and